Hey, here we go. Welcome back to the streams. How are you doing, Alchemical Refuge? We're gonna play some more Returnal today.
Just kidding. Haha. Just kidding. I'm going to let my voice rest. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Thankfully, yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling pretty good today. We're gonna play some Alan Wake, or as I would like to call it, Alan Cake. Alan's Cake? I mean, Alan Cake? Free icing for all? What? Can you believe it? There will be free icing for everybody. Everybody gets a slice. Good to know that you can do that voice for many hours and be fine. Yeah, I kind of backsassed Lime about it a little bit. And I was like, oh, Lime, it's not a metal scream. It's not to practice metal screaming. And he was like, oh, I see Kenny's trying to like practice his metal scream. But I didn't realize that it actually was. And after the stream, I could like pretty easily scream and do it really well. Also, hi there, Calico, LVO, Die, the King of Squirrel. How are you doing? What's up? Hi, I got good news, Kenny. I'll be moving on Saturday to your new place. Hey, awesome sauce. Congratulations. I'm excited for you. Fry is interesting that way. Yeah, it's like, and my voice was it was silky smooth after the stream too. It was like, I felt like I had a deep, smooth voice. I'm excited, Shiny. You're gonna get to move. Getting to move. New spot. Hey, awesome sauce. Do I have a boo-boo? No, that's just pizza sauce. I had, for the first time, I went to Domino's and I ordered, because it was on sale, I got an extra large, like, Brooklyn-style pizza, so I've got some sauce on my face that I haven't cleaned off. Shiny. That's awesome. That's awesome news. Oh, we're getting to move around. I want to move. Can I move? Will you let me move right now? Because I want to go somewhere. But, you guys, how are you doing? Hope y'all are having a wonderful day. We're gonna play a new, exciting game. Oh, I also have some on my forehead. I think that this is from my childhood. I don't know. It was either like a brand or there was some sort of a, I don't know if it was etched into my forehead or something. It used to be a lot bigger. And it used to be like one line going down and like one line going across. I don't know. I don't remember. That was too long ago. The hearty marinara does hit different. It's true. It really has a nice delicious flavor. I love it. A birthday mark, exactly. It's like birthday spankins. Do you guys remember whenever I told you all about birthday spankins? How my I think it was my elementary school. Whenever your birthday would come along, they would give you spankins. Happy birthday. Yes, the school closed pretty soon after I went into second grade, but it's a smidge more zesty. Indeed, it's got a little twang to it, as my grandma would say, a little twang. Tayaki-san, how are you doing? Dragon Bay, I hope you're doing well. Wow, that sounds like a traumatic scar. I'm glad that you survived whatever caused it. I will call you the boy who lived. Oh, are you talking about Harry Potter now? No. That's supposed to be up here, I thought. Wait a second. Have I done a Harry Potter outfit before where I just put on like a big witch hat and like I think that I just grabbed a Sharpie and I just Sharpied onto my head. Breezy Queenie, what's up? Your school did that too? Very questionable. Very questionable. Not recommended. Not a good way to celebrate your birthday. Public humiliation. You haven't? What? No, I could have swore. I definitely have taken a Sharpie and I have done a Harry Potter. You missed your chance when you played Harry Potter. I did it. Oh, all I did was the scar. All I did was the scar. That was it. I didn't put on any ropes. I didn't put on any hats. All I did was just put on just a bit of Sharpie. A bit of Sharpie, that's all. Birthmarks are normally a sign of a past life. Is that true? How could we ever confirm that? That's complicated. You got a I got a Gryffindor tie you can have. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I've got my I've got a tie over here that got left in my room last night. I don't know where this came from, but I do like it. And whoever did it, they tied it pretty good. Pretty good. I don't know. This may have been like their second or third time, but it's still pretty clean knot. I'd be proud of that knot if I did it. But yeah, Gryffindor tie would probably do better. There's I saw lots of Harry Potter outfits that I could have gotten if I wanted to. If I wanted to, I could have bought one, but I don't know. I'm not like that big of a Harry Potter stan, so I don't feel like I should. Birthmarks are literally an amalgamation of poorly formed blood vessels. Oh, a bunch of dirty blood vessels. They've made a mess. They've made a mess. You had to wear a tie to school every day. I got I was doing like a quiz to try to determine which anime, what is it called? Like stereotype that I am, or what character type I am. And that was one of the questions, was like, what is the thing that you hated most about school? And it was like, it said the food, the socializing, the studying, or the uniform. And I was like, I never had to wear a uniform. That's one thing, and one thing out. And also the food is also out. I didn't ever have to struggle with bad food. But yeah, I definitely would not like wearing an outfit all the time. Even in Boy Scouts, I did not enjoy it. A tie to school. How uncomfortable. Uniforms are silly. They want kids to all think in the same way. They're trying to make their minds uniform as well. It's a smart method. It's a smart method. Many have used it. Okay, I'm just making this a little bit smaller so that it can be teeny tiny and we can play the spooky game. This is a very dark game too, so I'm going to be immensely distracting while we're playing it. But that's okay, that's okay. Olivia Rose Goldilocks, how are you doing? What's up? I'm just setting up a couple things. I'm gonna put my thing over here, over there, bing, bang, boom, so that we can play this spooky game. Spooky game. Did somebody say cake? Alan, cake. Hooray. Yes, Olivia, there will be cake served for all. All can participate in some of this cake. Rosera, thank you for the sub. Hey, can we get some hype in that chat? Rosera, thank you so much for the 21 months. Good Lord. Good gracious. If those months were years, then you could drink. It's true. Oi, Rosera, thank you so much for the 21 months. That is an obscenely long time. We're coming up on 2 years. Mamma mia. Just enjoy my last week that I have 2 days off for the foreseeable future. Olivia's being worked to death. Who's working Olivia to death? Hey! What's everybody's Halloween costume? Ooh, that's a good question. What's everybody dressing up for Halloween? You're working on Halloween? I think that... I think what I'm mainly gonna be is cold. Oh no, die, put on a jacket or a jumper, as you would say. I mean, listen, there are no sweaters in Europe. There are only jumpers. Get yourself a fine jumper, my friend, and be all warm and cozy. Even if you have to work, it doesn't mean you have to be uncomfortable. You're gonna be Mario for Halloween? Oh, like Chris Pratt Mario or normal Mario? You're gonna be Mario, eh? Is that true? Here's to 21 months. May you continue growing with success, health, and happiness. You're too sweet. You're too sweet, Rosera. How dare you? I'm just a dum-dum playing video games on the internet. You're not supposed to be so wholesome. Hey, that's against the rules. It's funny, the guy yesterday loved Chris Pratt. Oh, he did? I'm glad Kenny is back today. Is that true? Like a vampire, Kenny. Can you believe it? How are you doing, Ann? What's up? Oi! I thought that we could play a new spicy game, a scary game. Also, I didn't want to do anything. I didn't want to do anything extreme today, you guys. I just want to play a game. I just want to play a game and hang out with you guys. Because today's been a weird day, for sure. I think maybe tomorrow we'll be able to like plan something bigger, have like a big outfit or something. Are you the sparkly kind of vampire? Me? Vampire? No. You must be confused. I look, I'm in my attire for vacationing because I'm outside all the time. Can't you tell by my nice tan skin? Look at this nice brown skin. You see how well browned I am? I've been outside like all day. I stay in the sun. I can't be a vampire. That doesn't make any sense. You're working outside. You don't know if a sweater will cut it. Oh no, yeah, a big coat. That would be much better. I imagine you working in a cold, poorly lit office building. That's what I was expecting. I'm fine with this cake thing. Everybody in the district was smart enough to say no to being secondary night lead of the grand store opening. Hey, the lead. Olivia's a leader. Do y'all hear that? Do y'all hear that? Olivia's a leader. We all have to accept it now. You are incredible, and I'm excited to have joined your stream back when I did. You're so sweet. Rosera, I just like hanging out with you guys, all right? I just like hanging out with y'all. Oi. Anyway, our school is doing a Halloween parade this Friday. So I'm pretty hyped because they're going to be giving all the kiddos bags of candy to take home. Hey, that's awesome sauce. Hooray. The kiddos get candy. That's like the best thing ever. As a kid, there's nothing more precious than candy. Don't worry, guys. If you're afraid of Vampire Kenny, just carve a block of cheese into a crucifix. Oh no, don't do that. Keep the cheese away. I don't care what shape it's in. No. I am lactose intolerant for anybody that doesn't understand that joke. I am single-handedly in charge of like 16 to 17 people. I am very small. My legs only can walk so fast. Looks like you're gonna have to run. You're gonna have to run. The one thing, if they were sitting down, it would be one thing if they're sitting down. They'll be all over the store. They're on the move. They're on the move. These people, they're getting everywhere. You're going to have to run around the store and make sure that they're not getting up to mischief. No doubt. Very tan, Kenny. Yes, I am. I've been trying to get a little bit more sun this year. So thankfully, I'm looking. Look, I could even turn on, I could even go, oh. There, now I'm even more tan. Very, very realistic tanning. Look, these lights are like a tanning bed. Can you believe how nice and... can you believe how beautiful and tan I've become already? Okay, let me adjust this back. That's a little extreme. Okay. But no, I'm not the shiny type of vampire, as you can tell. You're almost as pale as me. Oh, wow. We'll have to compare sometime. I think that the place that you're supposed to check is what, right here? This is like the most difficult thing to tan or something. I'm pretty sure that's, you like hold the wrists up to each other and you're like, All right, we've got the full rainbow right here. Oh, look, it's natural coloring. No! Too much color. Oh, so crispy and tan. Oh yeah, I'm surprised that my skin isn't flaking off in big, like, delicious chunks. Anyway, disgusting comments aside, I'm gonna pause this music. I'm gonna pause this music and we're gonna start this game. I want to play this Alan Wake game. There's like, wait a second. Fight the Light with Alan Wake Remastered. Wait, is this one game? I thought that this was 3 games. I'm confused now. Hang on. Does anybody know what's going on? Let's see. I can't hear any sound effects. That's for one thing. That's good. That's good. I actually don't want to hear any sounds. Can we turn those down, please? Oh, yes. I moved the cable. Oh, no. You guys, I'm going to have to go grab the cable. I forgot about this. I plugged in for my television. I was watching anime last night. So I have to go grab my cable. I'll be right back. Shaking my head. This guy's only got one cable. He's only got one optical cable in the whole house. Okay. All right, plugged it in there. And over here. Oh, wait. There we go. That ought to work. And, let me see. Okay, let's see if I can get this audio working. Oh, it's already going. It already knows what's up. Listen to this banana music. Hey, let's play some exciting monkey ball. Hooray! Or maybe we could play, oh no. Alan Wake Remastered. I'm scared. Has anybody ever played this game? Alchemic, you said that you like this game, right? Has anybody else played this? I don't know what's going on. I had a friend that played it one time, and it's like, it's supposed to be like a game where you're supposed to fight the darkness or something. Certain flashing lights or light patterns might cause epileptic symptoms for lots of people. Okay. It's good. You said, yeah, it's good. I'm the same. TBH, I stole the PS5 cable so that I could use it for an Xbox controller not too long ago. Oh, no. I am, yeah, I need to get another optical cable. Oopsies. Press any button to play. All right. Okay, let me just double check my audio. What is... channel 2 is console? Yeah, maybe it's just really quiet on the menu. It's really good, you say. By good, do you mean scary? Super spooky? Let me see. Subtitles. We're going to turn on the subtitles. We're going to turn on the subtitles because these people probably don't know how to talk in a decent way. Can you speak English, please? Stop speaking British. I can't understand a word of it. Motion blur. We'll have to see about that. We'll have to see how extreme the motion blur is. Alan Wake Remastered, eh? Whoa. Let's see what happens. Oh, wait. There's easy, normal, nightmare. Okay, I can't even pick nightmare. I guess we're doing normal. I guess we're gonna be normal. I always suspected that I was normal.
That nightmares exist outside of logic.
Nightmares.
Fun to be had in explanations. They're antithetical to the poetry of fear. In a horror story,
is this the Irish game?
Asking why, but there can be no explanation, and there shouldn't be one. The unanswered mystery is what stays with us the longest.
He doesn't sound Irish. What the heck?
In the end. My name is Alan Wake. I'm a writer.
I'm a writer. What is that accent? I'm so confused. What is that accent? You said a writer.
I've always had a vivid imagination, but this dream unsettled me. It was wild and dark and
does not
weird,
sound
even
like
by my standards.
Irish. It's wild and dark.
It began with a dream.
Oh no, we're in the dream world. This is more of a nightmare.
Nightmare pattern. I was late, desperately trying to reach my destination, a lighthouse.
Good
For some
soup. Oh
urgent
no,
reason, I
not
couldn't
that
remember.
meme. Please keep
I
it
was
away.
moving too fast,
You're
and
gonna
I
learn
was
while you
so
make soup.
bad.
Enjoy. Why would he be Irish? He said a couple things in an Irish way. I can't figure out what his accent is.
The hitchhiker
Jacob, how are you doing? Uh-oh. This guy ain't gonna be hiking no hitches. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god, he doesn't know his own name. It's Alan Cake.
I was convinced they'd put me in jail and I would never see Alice again.
Alice? What is this? What? He's American? Yeah, but he says some weird things. His voice is weird. He spoke Irish for a second. I heard him. He said, "Yo ho in a hallway, yeah. Oh, ocean the hallway, yeah."
Suddenly, his body was gone.
Oh, his body disappeared. Episode 1,
I
The
was in shock from
Nightmare.
the crash. I could hardly stay on my feet.
This feels like real life. He's trying to sound affluent. I was worried about the crash. I looked around at the light. I saw it coming out of the light bulb. Reverse the controls. Oh, heck no. They're great. They're working great. Thank you. I tried to run from it, but it picked me up with its mind powers and shook me like a dog. Hold down L1 to sprint. I don't think that you get any guns in this game. I think that you gotta be all scared. You gotta just, oh dear, walk over there.
I had to go to the lighthouse. I knew there was something important waiting for me there.
Waiting for me there. I had to go to the lighthouse. I had to go down Rain Cove Point Lighthouse hiking trail. I was a little bit worried, but I was also Irish. Oh, there's a guy over there. Oh no. What? Is that me? Oh wait, no, it's not me. Whoa!
You don't even recognize me, do you, Ryder?
No, I don't. Leave me alone.
You're God.
You just said God? You think that you're God? Yes. Ooh. Someone want to scan this QR code, huh? You might want to. Does this QR code work? I'm not seeing it, you guys. My phone's not detecting anything on this QR code. I don't think that it's real. It's fake. Huh? Yeah, they work. I just tried it. Didn't work. Oh, gotta jump over. Boing. Zoom, zoom, zoom. What are they supposed to lead to? A website? You can dodge enemy attacks. Don't hit me. Don't hit me, man. Oh, wait. It's L1 and... That worked. Just jump over. Whoa. Hey, watch it. Come on. What you gonna do? What you gonna do now, huh? Too slow, Joe. Ow. Never mind. Just quick enough. Ah! What am I supposed to do? Oh. Successful dodges are sometimes highlighted in a cinematic moment. It's supposed to lead you to YouTube, and then you have to watch all the lore. You have to learn about why Alan's family name is Wake. Run away towards the lighthouse. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I want to live. I want to live. Look at my jacket. I can't die like this. I want to die with drip. Help. Why is this camera way over to the... Can I switch shoulders? Is there a way to switch shoulders? I don't want to look over his left shoulder. I want to look over his right shoulder. Can I change that, please? Please? If you don't mind. Am I not allowed to do that? Trigger effects, foot. Foot is default. Can I not? Oh, I want to look over the other shoulder. Oh boy. Well, I guess we're gonna have to live with this. Hiking trail. Oh, we kind of floated over to the... Maybe we're not looking over his shoulder. Seems to kind of be floating. A little bit of floaty camera. Games that really instantly start killing you. It's so rude. It's just like Dark Souls. They kill you immediately. They immediately throw you up against the little boss that you probably can't beat. Oh. Oh no! Stop! No! Is he shooting it? No! What? What? The ghost can kill him, but he can't shoot it? Oh no! Oh no!
There's no way out.
I'm being killed! Oh no! Die! Shiny, what you say? Dark Souls? This ain't Dark Souls, Shiny. This is a lot harder. Die, die, die. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Hee, hee, hee. Guys, if I had a TV show, all I would say is die, 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 and then I'd start laughing. Get to the lighthouse. I had to leave. I didn't like it here anymore. Let me out! How do I get out? It's Nunny. What's up? How are you doing? I'm trying to escape. Oh no! Oh no, I'm dying. Oh, door open. Come on, you guys. We gotta leave. We've got to leave. Follow the light. Move towards the light. Do not deny the light. It is beautiful. That's a helicopter.
You should go into the light. You are only safe there.
You are only safe inside the light.
Okay. Okay, I'll jump in the light right now.
Look, it's right here. That's where we gotta go. We gotta go inside of that light haven.
The light.
You must go to the light.
Look, I'm in the light. Hallelujah. Oh, turn that back on. Oh, here we
I
go.
have something important to tell you. It goes like this.
Are you God?
For he did not know that beyond the lake he
It goes a little something like this. A dibbity dabbity skibbity wobbity whoop.
were waves.
It goes a hip, a hop, a hippity hop. I got a hip, hip, hippity. Can I leave yet? Nah, I'm stuck.
I've been.
It goes a little something like this. Skibbity wop, bop, bop, bop.
Follow my light.
It goes a little something like E. Uh-oh. Oh, they're fixing it. A way out? Whew, that's some loud building, man. Write it down.
Why is Stephen knocking?
No. It's just my robot voice. Hey, Kenny, what did the voice tell you? I don't know what it said.
You can't hurt him now. The darkness protects
It
him from
says
all harm.
that I need light.
Only light can drive the darkness away and make him
Look, I have to stay in the light.
Here, take the light.
Take the light. Give me a flashlight. I have picked up the flashlight. Now you gotta shine that the dude. Doo-doo-doo-doo. And then we're gonna give it a little boost. Oh, wait, L2. Wow. Wow.
You did it.
You did it. He's still alive, though.
But it's still inside, controlling him. He can't
Darkness
escape.
still inside. He's still a threat.
Still your enemy.
I have to kill him.
Take the gun.
Gun. Pick up the revolver.
Revolver.
Oh no! There's guns in this game? I don't want to kill. Now you'll die. No, you won't. Now you die. Boom, boom. Where's my reticle? Hey, get off of me. There we go. Boom. 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 Okay, all right. He's dead.
Done well. Remember what I've taught you.
I will remember. I'll never forget.
Bring back your dream now.
I'll never forget how to kill. Thank you for teaching me.
A terrible darkness was taking over the world. The lighthouse was the last safe place on Earth.
That's it? The last safe place on Earth? Right over there, you guys. Come on, everybody to the lighthouse. Everybody bundle up. Y'all can hop in my car. I can fit at least 6 of y'all in here. This is the last place, you guys. You fell over. I'm gonna run past him. Zoom. See you later. Jump. Yeah. I made it. Oh no. What happened? What happened? I jumped over a barrel. I did like Donkey Kong. But it was on like Donkey Kong. I jumped over a barrel and I fell into the abyss. A real shame. Don't touch me. Ow! He hit my back leg. Run, run, run. Run, 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 run. Ow! Holy moly, how many are there? Is there just one? Shake my head, you jumped out of this world. I didn't know that you could leave it. I didn't know that we could leave this cruel world. Boing. Oh no, not the darkness. In the darkness they hide. Okay, I think I might have to face these guys. Back off. Back off, Jack. You're dead. That's fine. Bam, bam. Reload gun. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. Whoa! Hey now! Take it easy there, Sonny. Boom. Hang on. We gotta shoot him. You gotta die, buddy. You gotta die. Executed. There we go. We win! We killed 3 of them. I'm confused. So it looks like our flashlight has a charge on it. So it slowly charges up, and we have endless bullets. We have endless bullets, and our flashlight lasts forever. Splendid. Keep running. It's just a flesh wound. No worries. Everybody gets cuts and scrapes, Earl. Don't slow down now. Now's not the time to slow down, Alan. Keep moving. You better get that cake out of here, because the birthday party's on the way. Get out of here. Here comes the kids. All these ghosts are trying to steal my cake. Let's get out of here. Go, go. Whoop. Almost jumped off the edge. Here we go. Whoa. I was finishing a Slay the Spire run, but I'm here to get Alan woke. The most woke game of our generation. Here we go. Sir, you are a coward. Olivia, did you just call me a coward? Well, Twitch sure thought so. You better watch your mouth. You better watch your mouth. That's harmful speech. I'm not a coward. I'm playing the game the way that it's intended. Running away. Attacking us when our back is turned. No. No, it wasn't. I wasn't saying it about the streamer. These silly Twitch bots don't understand. Twitch no like the bully. You must not bully on Twitch. If you bully on the Twitch, then you will be in the big trouble. That dude hit you while you were going after those 3 dudes. There's 1 dude, 3 dudes. There was a whole gaggle. Oh.
Easier.
Alan, wake up.
Baby,
Good one.
just another nightmare.
I do like that.
Everything's fine. You dozed off.
Right.
Baby.
More than dozed off would be
It's going to be fine.
Cheer up, handsome. We're here.
He's more handsome than you. Your face looks like it's made out of plastic. At least Alan's got some subsurface scattering. What a handsome fellow. Boat. Bright Falls. Yeah, you should cake. Everybody, cake up your face with makeup. Please, somebody give me cake. I'm hungry. A murder of dudes like a murder of crows. One murder of dudes comes down the road. You can only guess their intentions. Welcome to Bright Falls. Looking a little dreary to me. Looking a little Oh,
Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want to show you the town in the background.
take a
Sure.
picture of
I'll
me
even
next
give
to
you a
this
title
guy.
for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear.
Hey,
Hi.
what'd you say about bears? There's no bears in the city.
Picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks.
Deer Fest.
Deer Fest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
Yeah. We killed so many deer that we made a festival out of it, boy.
If you don't mind me saying, I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Yeah.
you too, sir.
Alan Wake.
I'm Alan.
Won't pretend
I'm
I
Alan
don't
Shake.
recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake.
No. That's Shake.
I'm an
Thank
avid
you.
reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station.
Uh-huh.
Chance I could get an interview.
I'm supposed to be posing for Alice, old man. I can't be hanging out with you.
In fact,
I've got to talk to my wife.
if we could keep my being here
My
just the two
wife.
of us. I'm
Take a
sure
picture
you'll
of me. How do I don't know how to pose.
Trust me to be
I'm pressing all the buttons.
not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though.
Okay, old man.
You have a lovely holiday.
Have a lovely holiday. Deer Fest is going on, eh? Yeah, it says it right over there, too.
Very
Bright
nice.
Falls Deer
I got a
Fest.
couple of really good ones. So you made a friend. That's cute.
Don't call me
Right.
cute, Alice. I've had enough of this. I'm going to answer my
Yeah?
phone.
Bestseller? How's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah.
Ah,
Scotty.
Are the
we're an
locals giving you
artiste.
trouble? Just say the word and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Al.
Great. Just want to make
The
sure
famous owner of Al's Toy Barn.
are.
Al's Woke Toy Barn.
Has it gotten your creative juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay?
I will.
Just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
Aw, that's sweet.
You know it's going to be called
Look, it's another hunter.
Dang
Barry
you,
is
fish.
Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
Excuse me. Okay, so we got a buddy named Barry.
He says hi to you too.
City boy, this guy is just
Hey.
whispering vague, rude things to me while I'm just standing here, man. I'm just standing here. Don't call me a city boy. I grew up in the country. Boop, 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 boop. When you were in university, your roommate bought this game, but was so chicken and made you play it all the way through. That's my memory of it. Hey, it's not. You had to play it for them. Lovely. My only memory of this game is that my a friend of mine online said that this was a good game, and he's like, "It's a great game. You should get it." And now look, it's remade. It's Button-Eyed Matt. Oh my goodness. Hello, Mr. Duracell. Hello, chat. Oh, hello there, Button-Eyed
Yeah,
Matt.
sounds
Beep
like
boop.
you've
Very
got a
nice to
lazy
see you.
bastard for a husband.
Our suspicious bot friend. How are you doing, Matt? I hope you're doing fantastic. We're playing Alan Cake.
Come on, you lazy bastard.
Um,
Let's go.
This is a kid-friendly stream right now. You cannot say that word. You cannot say that the second B word or the third B word, depending on if you're a sailor or not. Let's hop in the boat. Beep beep.
We need to stop at the local diner to get the cabin key from the landlord. A Mr. Carl Stuckey. He's waiting for us.
Stucky.
I'll go fill her up while you get the key. I'll pick you up here in, say, 15 minutes.
Sure.
15 minutes? Okay, I'm gonna set my timer. If you're not here by then,
Alan, thank you for coming here with me.
I love you too. Go on. I'll promise to
He
behave.
says that he loves a lot of people. He said that he loved Barry. He said that he loved Alice. I don't know if this guy values love like I do.
There were still places like this.
Hey, that's me.
Towns where everybody knew everybody.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, I
Oh,
was
dear.
hoping you can help me.
I love it.
Alan Wake. Oh God, I am your biggest fan. I know people say that all the time, but I really
Do
am.
people really like writers like this? If I saw like
Mr. Stuckey. Carl Stuckey?
Carl?
I can't even remember a single
He must have gone to visit the
author's
restaurant.
name
I'll
right
be back
now.
in a moment.
Oh,
I can't believe it.
something
I got
suspicious
all
is
your
going
books.
on there.
I
Did you
got
see
the
that?
cutout from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
Darling.
Why'd you keep it here? Well,
Did you just see that? Did
okay.
you see that suspicious
you.
cup that went shake, shake, shake? This cup over here has physics. I can tell.
Try the coffee.
Insert dolphin noises to censor. I do have a censor button.
Your heart when you have to leave.
Rusty here is no longer human. Nothing but black.
This is
coffee
Rusty
under
here, the
thin
park
layer of
ranger.
skin.
Hey there, park
It's
ranger.
two of us.
Can I sit down? I want to have a chat with you two. I'm thinking about writing a book about this whole deer festival.
Do me a favor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right now.
A tune.
Coconut number 6 in the jukebox.
Coconut number 6.
I do it myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep.
That guy sounds.
Circulation.
The circulation.
Serious? Coconut again?
I can't wait to jam out, man.
Disgust me. Call yourself a rocker. Unbelievable.
Turn it on.
It does that. Get stuck. Yeah. You need to give it a good.
Oh, it's teaching me how to use my buttons. Thank you. I found the X button.
I'm talking about. Yes. This is it. I've died and gone to hell.
All right, coconut again. More coconut. What about coffee thermos? Yes, please. It says collectible thermos pickup 1 out of 100. What the heck? You're supposed to pick up thermoses? What is this, a preschool? Don't forget to put your soup in the thermos, honey. I've never had a thermos in my life. Okay, what is this?
Right.
Oh, it's me.
So much for a quiet vacation.
I love it. He's like the Tom Clancy of this world. People really like authors, Kenny. You might like them too when I reveal that they also write audiobooks. What? Those are called authors as well? I can't believe it. So that's where audiobooks come from.
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
Huh?
I think I can handle it, ma'am.
I can go to the potty, ma'am.
I wanted to find Stuckey, to get the key and get out as soon as possible. The waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did.
Stuckey must be in the potty. Stuckey must have to go number 2. The woman's bathroom was locked. I don't know why I checked, but I had to. Knock, knock. Stuckey,
Hello?
are you feeling a little...
Mr. Stuckey?
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in.
Did Stuckey die?
And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
Thanks, creepy. Appreciate it. Yes, step into the shadows. Is this you, A-Star? Step into the shadows,
Golden is a special place. Very inspiring.
Step into the shadows and I'll jump out. An old widow. Oh no! Get away before they teach you that chips are called crisps. Let's get out of here. I can't walk any faster.
This time, young man, you can hurt yourself in the dark.
What is wrong with you? What are you carrying? Are those pickles? Can I have a pickle, please?
The lights at the station. It's been too long already.
Does she have a pickle in her hand? Hey, Coconut's still jamming in here.
Even that sounds better than your singing.
Are you alright?
Staff only. Yeah, right. Where's my thermoses?
Splendid, splendid.
This guy's troubled.
It swells up like a balloon if I lift it. And you're gonna
Ew. Stop talking about hernias. I'm out of here.
Local musicians.
We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Cauldron Lake Lodge, all right. And I'm gonna be staying at a cabin. Oh, it's a self-defense pickle.
Bye, Mr. Wake.
Just in case. Just in case something goes wrong. We throw the pickle jar on the ground. It distracts them. You pick up a pickle and you throw it right in their mouth.
And the directions.
They're so
My
satisfied they
hero.
forgot why they were
I
attacking
got
you.
some flashlights, just in case.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
Oh, it's Stucky. Stucky, you sussy baka. Give us our keys sooner than that. Broom, broom, broom. Car's kind of jittery.
Can you believe this place?
Broom, broom, broom.
This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure
Or
it out.
maybe a video game.
Okay.
Okay. We can talk about this later.
Batman here on PBF FM.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was
Bury
a
your
successful
sand.
writer,
Just
but that
bury
was
your
a
head in
long
sand, just
time
like an
ago.
ostrich.
I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years. Not since my last book.
Oh no, he's lost it. He's lost his magic.
It's gonna be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want to
Uh-oh.
look up every once in a while. See those stars winking down at you? It gets pretty dark out here, but
Ooh.
they'll light your way.
That looks like a great place to stay. I wish that I was staying there. That looks nice. Nice, nice.
I was a little nervous, but the cabin looked nice.
Oh, a little bit of a shaky bridge here.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right.
I know. Let's go
Don't
in.
worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark.
Ah,
And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
Alice had a phobia. The fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
Come on, Alice. Get your phobia in here. Come on, Alice. Come on. There's no phobias to be found inside. There's freedom and safety in the light of the cabin. Come on. Let's go on up to Bird Leg Cabin. Bird Leg. Why is it such a big cabin then? Oh, a Bird Leg Cabin should be a little skinny nothing cabin, like a little tube. Just one little tiny tube that you can barely sleep inside of. Hang on, honey. I'm gonna go see if there's a bloody axe in the shed.
I decided to go to the shed. I didn't find any
An old
bodies.
generator had been connected to the power cable.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable. Let's go broom broom. Broom 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 broom.
Oh. Let there be light. Splendid. Birds have thick thighs, though. That is true. That is true. If we're getting like a whole drumstick. Maybe this could be called Drumstick Cabin.
Good work, honey.
And all the bones are underneath it.
Start settling in.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
I literally look at this
The
bush.
island had once been the site for a love story.
Eh? Eh? What just happened? You just interrupted him. I was listening to
I
Alan.
told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work.
No, you can't. You can't run away from your problems, Alan. You have to face them head on.
I thought we could be happy here.
You're a coward! I'm just kidding. It may be.
It would be that again.
Maybe it's good to have a little break, Alan. But dang, you stayed outside all night. You stayed outside all afternoon, I mean. Sun's going down, Sonny. Goodness. Alan, you really got lost in your thoughts. Something's displayed on the
Allison
screen.
told me about Cauldron Lake Lodge. The old building used to be a hotel, but these days it was no longer open to the public.
Oh, that reminds me of that movie about the man that goes to the hotel in the snow with his family and red rum and all that. Just an old cabin up there, eh? Old cabin up there with, yeah, kind of odd looking architecture. Can I try to imitate his voice? Hmm? What, his voice? No, my voice isn't deep enough for that, I don't think. I probably am exaggerating it ridiculous. I would have to listen to myself for a little while and try to figure out how to say it. Drum alert! What? Alan's definitely taking a shine to that cabin. A shine, eh? He whips out a flashlight. I'm really taking a shine to you. Oh, what is this? Oh. Let's break in. Alan. Alan, stop. Alan. Alan, you're going to get arrested. Stop that. Alan. Why do all the cabins in Lodge look exactly the same in that of the horror game? Or do they just look like that IRL? Like this cabin right here? I mean, I've seen places that look kind of similar to this. I've seen places that kind of look like this. But no, not exactly. Not at all. Oh, the big one? Huh? Big one. Oh, the one up on the hill? Oh, that? Oh, that doesn't even look like a horror setting to me. The strangely shaped windows were the reason that it reminded me of The Shining. Yeah, let me see. Where is it? Up there? Yeah, that looks very pleasant. Looks very pleasant, like a happy little manor. In Big Bear, they had lodges and cabins like that. Big Bear. But what about in Brother Bear? In Brother Bear, they didn't have anything like this. All right, let's open up this door right here. Let's take a look inside. Oh, that's my mom. Oh, no.
Alice? Honey?
Ruh-roh, Raggy. I have knocked over. Alice? Honey? Honey, I'm home. Alice.
Alan, I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
A surprise? Honey, but it's not even our anniversary.
Hello there.
I'm not the surprise.
Whoa, you surprised me by not having any pants on, dear.
Okay.
This is all very surprising. Boing, boing. We can't even jump on the bed. This is not a free game. This game has so many limits and false walls. What's with the invisible walls, game? Ay. Did she say it was in the closet? Oh, go to the study. Hang on. Oof. What's the surprise? Is it the scary owl?
Alice, what is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past...
Damn it, Alice. Everyone...
Hey, just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. Of his. He has a private clinic.
This is a horrible
He
relationship.
specializes in helping artists.
You have to communicate with one another.
No, it's not like that. That's not... Alan?
Just don't. I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice.
Spooky.
God damn it.
I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark.
Spooky.
I needed some time alone to think things through.
That is spooky. I knew that she wouldn't follow me out here. It's a marital drama alert. They're not communicating, so Alan wanted something else out of this visit that he didn't tell Alice.
Alice?
Oh my God.
Alice? Alice?
Alice!
The cabin had gone dark. All the lights were out.
I'm going as fast as I can, babe. Hang on, babe.
Alice, I'm coming.
Oh no, not the crows! Not the crows! Oh, I'm bleeding! I'm bleeding! I've been hit by a crow's beak. Everybody run. Hurry! Avoid the bat.
Alice? Alice?
Alice died in the first 10 minutes. Uh-oh. It's not good.
Oh no.
Oh no! Oh no!
Alice?
Oh no! I want to hit that again, but it's too late.
Waking up in the crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another.
Whoa!
I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice.
Something bad.
The phone was dead.
Something bad happened to Alice. We gotta save her. We gotta save Alice. Alice, where'd you go? Oh, there's a boot. Maybe the boot has a clue.
Among Alice's things was a book, The Creator's Dilemma, by a Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it.
Creator's
I didn't like the guy's
Dilemma.
face on the cover either.
Creator's Dilemma by Jordan Peterson. Oh, a crane. Oh, those do not look safe. Do not grab
Gas station
any.
was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
Okay, we're gonna have to go to the gasoline station. It looked like we'd have to jump off the edge here. I feared for my life. I died and woke up from another nightmare.
It would be kind of fun if there's a game that every time that you died, you like woke up from another nightmare, and you're slowly. Whoa, dude! Wait a second. We should be dead, right? Holy crap! How'd this car stop here? How did it stop? Did we hit a tree? No, the car's just floating here. How did it stop? We're going to ignore that for now. And we're supposed to climb through the woods, but how? Let's see. You go this way? No. That's not the way. I mean, this has got to be it. We just got to take a right.
They'd have a phone I could
You
use.
love it.
It
Loves
looked
to
like a
catch
long
words
hike
pretty
through the
often.
forest
Yeah,
to
don't
get
worry
there.
about it, Olivia. Don't worry about the silly old our silly old buddy Automod. Automod doesn't know anything. Automod is a big dummy.
Damn.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Oh, there goes the car. Oh no. No chance for repair. I guess it didn't blow up. That's nice. Maybe we can recover our belongings later. Like I left I'm pretty sure that I left half a pimento sandwich, and I think that I may have my my driver's license in there too. No. Olivia, you can't talk about bras in this stream. You can't talk about clothes. Clothes are lewd and unacceptable. Oh, the light. Jesus, save me.
Hello? Is someone there?
Nothing but these old papers. Nothing but a couple of scraps.
The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night.
Okay. You guys, I don't think that I'm gonna understand this game. Okay, but what the bras hold is not always family friendly. Family. Define family.
Anybody there?
Hello?
Please, I've been in an accident.
I've been in an accident. I was never supposed to be born. Oh, the moon is out. Oh, I see a light over there. If anybody is wearing clothes, I will ban you right now. Die. We've talked about this.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
Guys, stop forcing your ways of living on other people. Ooh. All we got to do is just look inside this coffin. Who's in there? Hello? I want to snap it in half. Snap. Boing. Do. We could jump onto this crane. Go for a ride.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident.
I've been in an accident. Oh, I can't get in there. Let's see if we can drive any of these vehicles.
Hey! Hey, you! Phil! There's been an accident. I need help. Listen, I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in
Oh, hell.
Carl Stucky. Pleased to meet you.
This is Carl now?
Reservation deposit required.
Okay, so we've got so Carl's a murderer? I'm confused. What's happening? This game doesn't make any sense. All of the objects don't have any physics, and then they drop onto the ground. I've been in an accident. Jumps over fences, leaps up 20-foot drops, wants to swing from a crane. Help, I've been in an accident. I need to pick up this thermos, though. I've been in an accident, please. My legs hurt a lot. I've been walking for too far. Whoa, here comes the logs. What's up? How are you doing, Robert? Oi, oi. Robert, we're in a John Carpenter movie right now. It's called Alan Cake. We're searching for thermoses. It's important. Malice! Malice, thank you for the sub. Can we get some hype in the chat, you guys? Oi! Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate 20 months of support. Mamma mia. That's a long time. That's a long time. Thank you, Malice. I appreciate it. Oi, oi, oi. Hello, hello. Malice. This game is scary. Please hold my hand. I'm nervous. Also, hi there, Sandy. What's up? Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, oh no. Leave me alone. Run, 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 run. Into the light. He can't help. He can't hurt us. Boom. The sound effects in this game. Please don't do artificial voices. They're so silly. Kirime, how are you doing? Malice, you said it's almost 2 whole years. I know, it's crazy. I can't believe it. It's crazy.
Figure a way out of this.
Thank you so much. Support me all this time. What the heck? You've been hit by. Wham! You've been struck by. Stucky the criminal. Wow, we got a gun and a light right there. How convenient. You have to switch your weapon. You use a shotgun to chase you down this door. Grab yourself a shotgun, young man, and I'm just gonna be gotta knock out this lock here. Insert battery. We got some more batteries in here just in case. I think that they're double A's. Grab some more revolver ammo here. Where you go? Just passing by, super tired. Ooh, about time to go to bed. Sandy, I'm doing pretty good. I thought that we'd just try this out. Thought we'd just try out this spooky game. What am I gonna do?
As long as I was liable to catch an axe with my forehead.
Oh, we got the map. This is the cheat sheet, you guys. Take your screenshots right now. Hey, can't go through there. Can we go through? He said he wasn't gonna open the door, so what would you open? What would I open? A small business? What's up to Kareem? Kareem, excuse me. You tuned in yesterday to witness my costume? Oh, yeah, I didn't stream yesterday. Sorry about that. Call for help. Ow. Ow. I don't know how. It says to call, but I don't. They never told me any buttons for my. Oh.
Yes.
Oh, it's a physical phone. I thought that I had a cell phone, right?
Hello?
Hello? Aw, they broke my light. They broke my light.
This is bad.
Oh, he's driving in. Come on in, buddy. Whoa! Good timing. It's a stinky enemy. Oh no, we're going off the edge. You should have left. Should have left, Alan. That'll teach you. That'll teach you to not open the door for murderers. Whoa, there goes. Bye-bye. Oh my. They just scooted that whole thing right off the stage. Run, run, run. Didn't want a backseat game. Hope you don't mind. It's all right. Yeah, we'll try to keep it cool with the back seating, but that one time is fine. This is probably a game that I could get frustrated at, I'd bet. It's already kind of a weird game. I don't really understand it. I don't get it. I guess you're just supposed to survive and like listen to the story or something.
Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick.
Oh, look, this has got arrows. It's got arrows that lead over. Look, my flashlight shows stuff.
Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest.
Somebody's got a chest full of torches. A flare gun. I won't use that right now. Can I shoot that flare gun out right now? Help! Whoa, that's cool. That's awesome. Whoa. Can I reload it? Yeah, I saw more stuff in here. Nice. So we only got one bullet, eh? It only takes one flare gun. I'm guessing since all of these enemies are light sensitive, that we'll use the flare gun to roaring success. Also, unlikely that we can pass that. You gotta shut down the power, you guys. You gotta shut down the power. We can't. Oh, we gotta just kick it. Never mind. Why didn't you just flip the switch? Alan.
The was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice.
The dark forest. Rabbit season? I think that you mean wabbit season. Hang on, let me kill you real quick. Do I have to kill all of them? Do you think that I'll have enough bullets to kill everything in this game? Because I've played a little bit of Resident Evil, and the first thing that I learned is that you don't have to kill them all. You're supposed to like sneak past them. It's very confusing. I like to kill everything personally. Hey, Mushroom Gal, what's up? How are you doing? Hello, I'm here for the free icing. It's all Betty Crocker, and it's not whipped. I don't personally like whipped icing, so we're not going to be eating any of that. I'm sorry. If you happen to like whipped icing, there'll be none of that.
When I saw the river below, something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across.
What's inside your head, buddy?
Look at the water.
I had to make my way across. Something uncoiled in my car. Boing, boing. Depends on what you're making. Cake. Cake. That's what we're making. We're making some Alan cake. Yahoo. These enemies are silly as heck. Their voices are all edited and funny.
Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
But we've already shot Stucky like 5 times. You can't have icing or frosting? Oh no. Why can't you have it? Oh. 2 sound cues are fighting with each other. And bop. Right in the head. Boom. Right in the head again. Still takes 3 shots? Okay. So you gotta blast them with the old light. Like this. Then you kill them. Then you blast them. Then you let loose. Out of ammo. Uh-oh. From now on, we're not allowed to kill anything. They both contain milk? They do? What? But I can have them. And icing? Icing has milk? I don't have icing with milk. I thought that the stuff in the jar I can definitely have. Like the Betty Crocker kind of garbage icing. Yum, yum.
I had to make my way up some other way.
I can still control the light.
We have to make it up there somehow. We have to destroy this village, piece by piece.
Oh, there's a button. I like that. Edit.
There was no power. There was bound to be a generator somewhere at the logging site.
Alan, where's the generator at? Why are all of these physics objects floating in the air? Oh, I see you. I see you. You're not being sneaky. You're not being sneaky, guys. I can see you. I can see you. You're not being scary. I'm gonna run away now. Start it up. Uh-oh. I don't know if I can start it up, you guys. I think I'm gonna die. I don't have any bullets. Oh, maybe there's some bullets inside. Yeah, let's check inside. Maybe there's some. Yeah, they're gonna show up over here. There's the physics objects falling down. Oh no! I need bullets. I need bullets to kill you guys. Can y'all move out of the way? Move it. I need to get some guns in here. Ow! Shotgun. Ooh. Uh-oh. Maybe I can... Wait a second. What? Oh, I think I got more bullets now. Did you see that? Yeah, I got 12 bullets now. Okay, splendid. Splendiferous. We can kill him. You got an alert because your friend and I are watching the Pokemon movie. All right, have a fun time, Floggy. Thanks for the alert. Hi, Fluffy Giraffe. How are you doing today? Sparkle Nerds here. Oh, boy. We got Sparkle Nerd. We got Fluffy Giraffe. How are y'all doing? Chaotic DNA, hello. Hope y'all are all having a wonderful day. It's good to see y'all while I die. It's nice to eat some Allen cake with you guys. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Back up, bub. Back up, bub. I got a gun now. Now that I got a gun, you're all dead. Bam, 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 bam. Stop throwing that, so rude. Stop. How many batteries does a man need to kill a monster? Kill it. There we go. All right. You're good. You had a secondary job interview. Ooh, secondary. So like a second one? Have you not heard back from the first one? Is that what you mean? Do you think it went pretty good? Nice. Ooh. 2 options. 2 interviews.
With all this forestry
exciting
around, there had to be something I could use to reach the top.
Got a shotgun. Okay, we got our manuscript. You could look for a thermos if we wanted to. I'm sure that there's a sippy somewhere. All right, Alan, shake. What do you see up here on the logs? What do we got up here on these big logs? Got a log machine. This looks like you could almost jump across. Oh, you probably have to move the... Oh, that thing. You probably just gotta move that thing along the crane. Easy peasy. I'm gonna hop off the edge. Ooh. Ow, my legs. Now I can start up the generator. I forgot all about that. Out of batteries. Generators don't have batteries, you silly game. There we go. You have an interview tomorrow? What? If they like me, I'll be trolling birthday parties. What? A birthday troll? That sounds like fun. That's always sounded like a really fun thing, doing kids parties. Ooh. I've seen lots of nice people that were like Elsa and Anna and all the rest. That would be cool, Malice. Thermos. What else are we gonna drink out of if not a beautiful thermos? Boing, 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 boing. Move log lift. We're gonna move it right over there. From the interview I did yesterday. What? You started your new job on Monday. Oh, you start your new job on Monday, Rosera. And it's so weird because you just got offered a job. Sparkle, what the heck? Everybody's getting jobs. Everybody's getting new jobs. Hooray. New jobs for everybody. Hooray. Make that money. Make that money. Boing, boing, boing.
It's been 84 years. I haven't had a job all my life.
I don't like how... Does he have his finger on that trigger? What's my trigger discipline look like here?
Somebody in this shed. Looks like we got ourselves an abandoned shed right here. Very suspicious.
Anybody in here? I said answer me. Let me turn on this radio. Ooh, shotgun.
Just outside for a breath
Nice.
of fresh air, and what a night! I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment. Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still.
Breathe it in, you guys. Go outside into the smog and just smell it for just a second. Yeah, so what's the, so what state is this based in? State of fear, state of panic, state of disaster? Massachusetts? Washington? Oh, I got another manuscript paper down here. I thought that it was based in Ireland. Because the main guy sounds a little bit Irish.
Its light welcoming in the darkness.
Not anymore, but he did at the beginning. He said some weird words. Belly burster, monster dog. The famous dog. Belly burster, monster dog, and third dog. Reload this. Oh, I don't have any more bullets. I've got no more bullets. How will I kill with no bullet? Got an axe. I hear all sorts of sounds. Turn on the light, Alan. Alan. How else will you wake without there being light? If there was no sun, we would sleep forever. Don't jump off the edge, Alan. This is not the way. This is not the way into the light. Alan, no! Alan! He died in air. He went ragdoll in air. Oh, that bush just moved! Did you see that bush move? Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Oh wait, I don't see anything. Oh yeah! No, stay away. I'm going back to the light. Come over here. Come over here, you tools. Get over here, you tools. I didn't think so. Say it. Vampire. Say it. Woke. Say it again. Woke, woke, woke. Are they zombos? No. It's all made up stuff, Fluff. Like it's, like they're just figments. They're just nightmares or whatever. They're just figments of my imagination. They're not even here. I'm not even here. None of this is real. It's very confusing. They're just like, oh, I died and then I woke up from a dream and my wife is here, but she isn't here. Like it's confusing. Drama alert. Drama alert. Nothing is real. Maybe I just shouldn't go over here. Run, Alan, run! Don't look back, Alan. Alan, don't look. Don't stop, Alan. Alan, don't get stuck. Don't get stuck, Alan. Keep running, Alan. Go, Alan, go! Go, Alan, go! Go, Alan, go! Oh no, Alan! You have to keep up your speed. Oh no. Okay, well. Do I have to kill them? There's 3 of them. That's a lot of bullets. If I can skip them, I get more food. I get more money. Oh, you missed me. Missed me. Now you gotta kiss me. I'm gonna grab this paper. Zoom. Ow. Stop. Throw it. How are you such a dead shot with the freaking throwing hooks at me and stuff? Stop. Get dead. We have to like weaken every single enemy with the flashlight. These are just the gremlins. I can only imagine what the like upgraded enemies are whenever you don't have to shine. What's more annoying than shining them with the flashlight? I can't imagine. Ooh, checkpoint reached. Thank goodness. This is an emergency. In case of emergency, here's some revolver ammo. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Hey. It's disappointment Tuesdays. What do we do? Oh wait, do not shoot the gasoline container. Music's jamming. I like it. Kind of reminds me of Batman. Batman Arkham Wheel. I broke both legs, but how's that thing spinning? I never touch salad. A man needs a hefty meal to get through the day. So he's a dwarf. So we're battling a dwarf is what you're telling me. And we're an elf, possibly. Very likely. Look, it's a big log grab. Log grab. Squeeze me, hold me tight. Hold me tight. Buckle me tight. Dame. Crush me. Aw, there's nobody inside. Hagrid says, just a scratch. Oh, here they come. Dad! Yo! Dad's crashing the party! Dad, thank you very much for the raid. What's up? Oh, I'm gonna die out here. We're playing some Alan Cake. How are you guys doing? Okay, that confused me. Dad, how was the stream? Yo. What were you playing, my friend? What were you playing? It's good to see you. Hi there, Dad. We missed you last night. We were gonna try to play some Risk of Rain with you, but I'm glad that you got some sleep, my friend. Dad's got to sleep. Dad's got to sleep on time, and I'm glad that you did. Welcome everybody to the stream. How you doing, Insolent Fool? What's up? Oh boy. He's a vampire. Listen, I'm not a vampire. I'm just a normal guy. Just another human like you. It was fine until my audio broke in Subnautica? What? Subnautica audio busted? Subnautica's a great game. It's like a little bit spooky, but not too much. I've played it like 4 times. I can't wait to play it again. Oh, guess Dies God mod for today. Why is it broken? It's broken. My poor mods don't have the power. But all friendos coming over from Dad Wrestler. Thanks for hopping in. Hope y'all had a wonderful time over there. We're playing this like semi-spooky game about like shining flashlights at zombies or something. I don't know how to play it. I'm not a horror game player. I see these logs hanging up and I'm just like, what's this? How's Alan Wake? Have you tried it before? Nope. Never even seen a little bit of this game before. So far, it's relatively entertaining. The combat is frustrating, but the story seems pretty interesting. You've had these games for so long. Controls were amazing. Control was amazing. Oh, Control, the game. Yeah, because I think that those are made... It's made by the same people, right? Yeah, this game's a little bit weird. A little janky. Can you crush me, please? Crush me? Uh-oh. Crush me. Yes. Crush me. Oh! Oh no, there's enemies. Stay away. This flashlight mechanic is so annoying. I'm sorry. I don't get it. You have to insert batteries for your flashlight. And then you got to shine the flashlight at them for a long time. And then you get to shoot them. I don't get it. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's boring. It's not fun. Dumb mechanic. Boom. I don't know, you guys. I don't know. This game's frustrating. You have to shine flashlights at them and stuff. I don't get it. I don't get it. Am I doing something dumb? Does somebody know how to do this? I don't get it. Revolver ammo, blah, 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 blah. So I have to shine my flashlight and just use tons of batteries, but you also don't need a battery. You don't need a battery to shine a flashlight. It just makes it more powerful and slows them down more. And you have to shine the flashlight on them before you can shoot them? I don't get it. Maybe I gotta kill this head guy first. Kill him! Look, he's so strong. He's so strong, I can knock out these guys easy. Hey, look, this guy just ran up on me. Gotta put in a new battery. Blast him. I don't think that hurt them. I think that you gotta hit him with the flashlight. Hey, 2 for the price of 1. Boom. Oops. Should have been closer. No, 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 no. Okay, so this guy's knocked out. Why are there so many of them? Oh, here he comes. The big man himself. Now he just runs away. Bye-bye. Okay, I can kind of see him. Let's flip this switch over here. Hey, buy one, get one off. Buy one, get one free. Oh, here it comes. Stay away. Boom. 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 He just kept walking up.
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come.
A lifetime of nightmares. Alan is a very dramatic gentleman.
A lifetime of nightmares. I peed my bed every night from that day on. And I could never sleep correctly again. I had to run back to see if I missed the thermos.
Die! Thank you for the gifted sub for Insolent Fool. What the heck? Hey! Thank you, Die.
Die
Insolent Fool is a
101
real
gifted
cool
a
guy.
tier 1 sub to Insolent Fool.
That's a real cool guy.
They have given 62
Oi.
gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Die. I appreciate the generosity. I've played some games with Insolent Fool. They're a good bean. They got a cool stream setup too. You can catch me over there playing DayZ with Insolent Fool sometimes. It's true. You got DayZ. I've been thinking about getting New World, but I'm scared. I'm scared. I just saw that Kuri bought New World, and I'm nervous. Gotta support a good Back for Blood player. I thought about getting Back for Blood as well, but I don't know. It's like $60. It's like a full game, but it's just a like multiplayer shooter, you know? Just a multiplayer shooter. Is it worth $60? Has it got 60 game? Has it got 60 game hours on it? Seems like you'd play through with your friends once or twice, and then you would call it a day, right? You just got the B4B battle Game Pass? Game Pass on what?
The lights of the gas station.
Isn't that
felt comforting.
Xbox?
At least for a moment, the sane world reasserted itself.
Oh, you gotta float. There's nothing scarier than a fake deer. We're hunting. All right. It's on PC too for Game Pass? Oh.
The garage was a mess.
So you just
It
have to
looked like
pay a
someone had
monthly
trashed the
fee?
place,
That's not
or
too
that there'd
bad.
been some kind of fight.
If you could beat it in 1 month, that is. Oh.
Right. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness.
That's me.
Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness.
Okay.
I can feel a presence in the dark.
So how much you want to bet that Alice ain't real? You can switch shoulders.
I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
Okay, so
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV.
I think Alice might not be real.
Losing my mind?
Read.
The 78th Annual Deerfest, September 15th to 18th. Games and activities included raffle ticket, fishing competition,
Pie contest. What? Are we making the biggest pie contest or are we buying the most? I'm not real. That's Malice, not Alice. You silly. For children, Bucktooth Charlie. Uh-oh. Poor Charlie. Don't treat him like this. Not every Charlie's a bucktooth. Beep boop. Hello, Mom. I'm here at the cabin. I know Alice hasn't made it to the chat, but I don't know why. But I don't think that you made her up, Kitty. Oh, police exist.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker, you are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen. I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's
He
no
sounds pretty
island
calm.
on Cauldron Lake, not since the big eruption in the 70s.
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head.
Alan's gone mad.
Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car.
You can really feel the transition between Max Payne and Control in this game. What, Max Payne were the same people? Max Payne is fun. I like Max Payne.
I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest.
This game ain't got nothing on Max Payne.
And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
Oh, you're talking about voice? Oh, these are the Max Payne devs. Oh, really? Max Payne is a good game. I'd play that right now.
Don't look at me like that. Don't look at me with all those pores on your face.
It's gone. The island. Oh wait, no, the island's gone. Wow. Okay.
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night, and just a sprinkle of stardust and a whisper, go to sleep, everything.
What do y'all think so far? What do y'all think so far? What are y'all thinking? That's the end of episode 1, you guys. Like Netflix, we're just gonna skip straight into the next thing. Max Payne 3 is underrated. I've never played it. I've played number 1 and number 2. I really love number 1. We could skip this, you guys. Skip straight to next episode. Yeah.
On Alan Wake. I came to Bright Falls with my wife, Alice.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice.
She hasn't interacted with anybody yet.
Alice? Alice?
Yeah, she hasn't interacted with anybody besides him.
Behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at.
But the cabin is gone forever. Episode 2, Taken. New York City 3 years ago. Oh no. This is gonna get very confusing. I'm still betting his wife is fake. They can't fool me.
Oh, wait.
Honey.
All along, I'd been all alone.
Here, sweetie. How was it?
I had just imagined my
weather
wife,
I've ever
Alice.
seen.
You should put some coffee on.
I'm not doing anything, darling. I'm
Hey,
grabbing this.
handsome. This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then.
Look at those
I'll go put it
pictures
on.
of me. Do. What's inside of this big old brown paper bag? Got some groceries? Oh, got a delivery. Drama alert, there's a delivery. It's a CCTV. That's pretty good. CCTV. Instead of the letters, you know, like closed circuit. Let me put my hand in a blender. Nope.
Coffee's on.
You cannot put your hand in the blender.
I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Yeah, me too, honey. I'm super thirsty for some coffee. Oh, can't go through there. I'll try to call for help, honey. Ooh, look, there's another QR code. My books. The Fall of Casey, The Things That I Want, Alex Casey, What I Can't Forget, and Return to Cinder. What awful names of the books. What horrible names of these books here. Pick up the manuscript. Thank you. We could read these papers if we wanted to. You need to put more broth in the slow cooker. Nice. Soup. Soup for everybody. Can I take a shower? Is this like Risk of Rain? Let me in. Can't take a bath. Can't play with my kids. This is not Risk of Rain. I'm disappointed. Oh, wait, not Risk of Rain. I mean Heavy Rain. This is not Heavy Rain. There's no minigame for getting into bed. There should be like a button mashing combo to be able to hop in this bed. Let's listen to the radio.
The continuing freezing rain and heavy snowfall have necessitated
Where are the kids?
the entire tri-state area.
Where are the kids? It's Risk of Rain. All the little kids that run after you, and you got to shoot them.
We're now on the 3rd day of the blizzard, and the weather's not expected to clear up.
There's always blizzards in these games. It's getting chilly outside, but we at least got a cauldron right here in case we need to make a witch's brew. Honey, coffee's almost ready. You thirsty?
Oh, hey.
Babe.
I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
Oh, I'll go take a
No
look.
kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
Wow.
On occasion,
I thought that you were lazy.
I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Whoa, we spin really
Oh,
fast.
Really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
Miracles? It's big talk, lady. Big talk about miracles last night. Goodness. I'm gonna go to my desk. We'll take a look.
These look really good.
These look really
sure,
good.
Until Barry gets his hands on them, which, by the way, will happen over my dead.
Why does she hate Barry so much? He's a good man.
Was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called. Alan, please check the fuse box.
Okay.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
I'm right here. Where's the fuse? Oh, it's at the front door and it's open? Oh, dear.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Yeah, why is this thing uncovered? Shine it in her eyeball, just like the enemies.
Hi.
You go, babe.
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Uh-huh.
Don't worry.
Tell me
We'll just
about
break
it.
out the candles.
Just break out the candles. We'll have a nice romantic evening.
It's just, especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to
Too
me.
romantic. Get away from one another. I hate seeing two weird mesh puppets rubbing against each other.
I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad,
I used to be really scared, and I had human emotions as well. But I don't have them
If
anymore.
I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
No, really, the monsters, they seriously ran away. Seriously.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy.
Did that boy rip out the fuse?
Wow. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar.
Did you just call them flesh puppets? They're mesh puppets. Because they're not flesh. They're just like, but they're puppeteered around with their little weird joints. It's all the smooth bodies. Weird smooth bodies. Sean! Sean! Jason! Sean!
Mr. Wick?
Jason!
Nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wick?
My two boys, Sean and Jason, are gone. And my wife, Alice, was killed by
I'm
me.
okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
I had to lie to the doctor. This is where the problem started.
But you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Tip, don't lie to the doctor.
Well then, Mr. Wick, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get
I'm feeling some pain right now, Doc. Can I get some of those? Can I get some of those pills, please?
She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Wait
Doc
a second.
Nelson was the image of a small town doctor.
We gotta find the guy that was on the boat with us, right?
Station to take a look at the cut on my
Gasp.
head.
They gave each other's cooties on screen. Distasteful.
I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
That's a big fish.
Beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there.
Uh-huh.
She's a largemouth bass, which is
Yeah, you should have seen the other guy's fish. Uh-huh. I've heard it all before, sir. I'm gonna be headed out. Thank you. Thanks, buddy. Glad to hear about your fishing excursion. Got anything suspicious happening, ma'am? Oh.
Thank you for testing the lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be fine.
I don't have the luxury of being complacent, Deputy Grant. The bulbs will need changing soon. You can't change them in the dark.
I'll be sure to take care of it, Miss Weaver. Have a nice day now.
Miss Weaver, you cannot check the bulbs by turning them off. Turning them off will definitely make it dark.
Yeah, it's Mulligan here. I'm at Stucky's gas station with Thornton.
Ooh, another one of these. Coffee thermos.
Mr.
Where else
Lake,
can I break into?
The sheriff is waiting for you in her office down the corridor.
Oh. Thank you. This way, to the sheriff. We're gonna get interrogated by Sarah Breaker.
Come in,
It's a
Mr. Blake.
loudmouthed
Your phone's
bass.
on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
One of those fish that's on the wall that says, I wanna live, live, live. I wanna live, live, live.
Your phone, Mr. Wake?
Would you like me to doodle my memories to you, ma'am? I see that you have a chalkboard right here. I'll write down what I saw, and you can help me find my wife.
Make sure you don't forget your phone.
I don't need a cellular device. I'm a modern man. I can communicate with people long distance using sticks and smoke signals.
The sheriff wants to see you in her office. Mr.
Alice was missing.
Oh.
I needed help to find her.
I can't get
wasn't
out.
ready to leave.
I can't get out. The door's open, but I'm not able to escape. I'm so close. I was so close to escaping that place, but I couldn't quite make it out. I got right to the door.
Alice was missing. I needed help to find her. I wasn't ready to leave.
I was almost ready to leave. I could almost close the door behind me. But something magnetized me back to that phone. Candy Crush. I hadn't beaten it yet. I couldn't forget about the candy people saved from Candy Town. I was at level 700. Oh, I can't leave yet.
Men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
Show some dominance.
Cabin on Cauldron Lake?
How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up.
That's a bad sign, buddy.
Excuse me. I need to take this.
Excuse me, officer.
Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot.
What?
There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here.
Whoa.
After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Alice has been stolen, my wife.
The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache.
That
The
is
man on the
giving me
phone
kind of a
said,
headache.
Go through the fence on the left.
Go through the fence on the left, right through here. Yep. There we go. My wife has been stolen. How dare they? You animals. Oh, wait, it's my manuscript. I wrote these papers. Examine the
Alice's
junker.
driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business.
So she's real, maybe.
Barry?
I still think she's fake.
I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me.
I can't
I'm
leave.
At the sheriff's station.
I'm stuck.
Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Al, what the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to
But
meet
I'm already
Alice's
loose.
kidnappers.
I'm already loose. I don't need her permission. Hey, you can climb on the car. It's nice. Hang on. Hang it. Man, now that y'all told me that this is made by Max Payne developers, I want some bullet time. Jump from car to car. Big dive. Oh, I don't have my pistol anymore. That's not good. They took my pistol. I'm gonna lock myself up for being crazy. Just lock me up, officer. I've gone mad. What about you, crazy old Maurice? Somebody made him go to sleep.
The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making.
That's me. I'm on television, Mom. I told you I'd get there someday.
I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused.
They talking about
Are you
something.
feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
I'd like to go bye-bye.
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice.
That's a
though.
great voice actress.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman.
The one that's
I'd
working
like
at the
to invite you
desk.
to stay
I
at
like her
Cauldron
voice.
Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure
Talk to
of
my
discussing
wife.
your situation
I'm the only one that
on
talks to my
several
wife.
occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Take it easy.
Goodness.
Hey, nobody move. Get your hands off of my client.
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler.
It's
his
Barry!
agent.
Barry, my
If you have
boy!
business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me.
Barry, there you are.
Won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges.
I love Barry.
Mr.
Look at him.
My offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
Save my life, Barry, like you've done many times
What the hell was
before.
that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
Barry's had to deal with Alan Wake, the most questionable author in the world.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was
The voice sounds like he's trying to imitate the in the world voice. The in the world voiceover? I don't know if that is Breezy. Is that a movie or something?
Had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story.
I realized like
I had a
6 months
midnight
into the
appointment with
pandemic, I
kidnapper
stopped
at a
cooking
place
for
called
myself.
Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
That'd be bad.
Mr. Wake! Barry, you found him.
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing
Yeah.
Rusty some coffee. He's on the
So
balcony
rude.
looking after Max. Poor
So
thing.
rude.
I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later.
Oh. Nope.
Who's Max?
Barry's eyeing her. That's not good.
Oh, the movie trailer. In a world where head injuries are writing inspiration.
Swing it, everybody.
In a
This is
world.
not her fault. She's a very nice girl.
One
and,
writer, one
more
rule,
importantly,
one
a
man,
fan.
one trouble this summer. In a world where everybody's last name is Wake,
And she was
family
very
reunions
helpful
can
when I
be
was looking for you.
confusing.
Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car, just listen to yourself.
In a world where every house is a cabin, Rob Schneider is a carrot. Rob Schneider.
I can't say that with these teeth very well.
When was the last time you slept?
Also, I'm supposed to be rusting my voice. Hey!
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week. And someone's got Alice.
Barry!
Everything's just...
Barry, my wife's dead.
Say stuff like that. Don't get me wrong.
Barry,
Could be a bestseller.
what am I
But
gonna
when you start
do?
confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
One man, one crazy guy. One wild adventure. Two friars.
No hydration breaks? I was kind of taking sippies, you know. I'm just sipping on this water. Yeah, I should be drinking more. I should be drinking more. My voice did pretty good after yesterday, but... Did they tell you Barry's last name? Barry Good.
First name Barry, last name Good.
Easy there, boy. I'm
My name
almost
is
done.
Barry. Barry Delicious.
Rusty, right? You run cabins.
It's a dead dog.
I'd shake your
Oh, you
hand,
heard it's
but
Barry
not
the
the kind of
Chopper?
fire.
Yeah. We got
Actually,
Barry
I'm sorry
Chop.
about this.
Barry
Would you mind
Chopper.
grabbing the registration
And
card from
Al.
the desk? It's just across
Alphonse
from
Elric
Charlie.
and Barry the Chopper.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Crazy poachers.
What
Max
happened?
here got his foot caught in a trap. They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes.
You killed my dog because of your low-life activity.
Be okay. You got lucky.
You got lucky. It's just a flesh wound.
You can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster.
They've got a lot of lots of dead animals around here.
She's my wife, and it's my call.
My
Can we
wife.
talk about this later?
No, this whole thing is... Listen, you hit
My
your
wife.
head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working.
What are we doing, man?
Let's have a laugh on Barry.
Barry, what are
Oh,
we
you had me
doing?
going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
I'm supposed to find the form, Barry. I'm gonna leave now. Barry, what is this about? Do you need a raise? Barry, if it's about your expenses, listen. If you need some help, You've helped me out of many situations, Barry, and I'd be totally willing to spot you a few bucks, help you out if you're in a sticky situation, all right? Just keep that in mind, Barry, all right? Whenever you want to tell me what this is all about, give it to the dog.
The form you
Yeah.
wanted?
Yeah.
And here
Put it
are
in the dog's
keys.
mouth. He
Okay,
handles
you're
the
all set,
paperwork.
Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks.
Thank you
tell
for
me
the
how to
big
get to Lover's
key. I'm going to Lover's Peak with Barry.
You're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air. A guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in
All right, whatever. Just listen to what I say and stop judging me. Stop judging me, Barry. My wife. Lurk. I'm a lurky turkey. Enjoy your lurks. Sounds good, Karime. Al, when are you gonna open up this toy barn that you've been talking about?
Killer. This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's
What's
Peak.
the sound
He
effect?
said to come alone.
That sound effect was...
I understand.
It made no sound. It just kind of rolled over.
Worried that you're not right in the head.
Dang it. Knocked it down.
Tell me what to do to help, and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Barry, they don't use cavalry anymore.
Just be careful.
Haven't you heard, Alan? They stopped using horses 200 years ago.
Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be delivered.
You know what they really like? They like getting a flashlight shined in their face.
Bless you.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me.
No, it's the flashlight, buddy.
Spores,
Achoo!
God knows what. This
Achoo!
is so not worth a 15% commission.
All right, Barry. Peace out, buddy. Got a fire blazing, just in case. Just turn off all the lights. That seems to... Lights seem to only get in the way in this game. Pick up batteries. Can we put out the fire? No, can't put out the fire. Let's switch off the light up here as well.
Lock the door when I leave.
Looking a little dark up here, buddy.
Yep, you go ahead and do what you have to do. I'll be fine.
I can't turn it off.
Fine. In a cabin straight from a horror movie.
Yep. See you later, buddy. Good luck with your horror movie. I'm going to be headed out and going to go grab some groceries. Oh, wait. No, we turn off the lights for you.
Real funny, Al. Real funny.
Oh, he knows.
Thank you. I'll just sit here in the dark till you come back. Or until I get eaten by a grue. I didn't realize we were back in the 3rd grade here. Seriously, cut it out, Al. My nerves are shot.
Barry? Barry? You noticing this? All right. Barry's mind is shot. He doesn't have anything else to say. Oh, there's another light switch over here. Barry, guess what? I found another light switch. Barry, there's a second light switch over here. All right. All right, I'm leaving, Barry. I don't know how, but I'm leaving. Oh, this door. Okay, here we go. Hello, my friends. I've been playing this too on the 360. Are you enjoying it? It's spooky. It is. Jet, how are you doing? Good to see you, Jet. I've missed you. I hope you've been well. Hope you've been doing good. I don't know if you're still having to hide indoors. I hope that soon you'll be able to be loosed onto the world. Everyone will know the name Jet Shepard. Move this chair out of the way. Gonna hop in the car. Boom, boom.
Barry had the keys to the car he rented.
Barry.
It wasn't a long walk to the visitor center, and it wouldn't be any use to me in the forest. I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it.
I knew I should have gone to the cops, says the man that didn't go to the cops. I'm confused.
And they had Alice.
I'm confused. What's going on in Alan's head? He knew that he didn't want to work with the cops because he didn't want to be called crazy, and then he says that he knew he should have worked with them? Oh, Alan. Oh, Alan, you broke into someone's house and you got arrested.
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr.
Oh, you said that you're now free? Or what? Jet Shepard, you're on the loose. Jet Shepard is on the loose. Everybody look out. Some revolver ammo. Very oh, whoa. Hey there, Scooter. Did you see that? That guy walking outside? Hey. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Did you see that walking out the door? I don't like that. Thankfully, I've got my, did I get a pistol? Yeah, okay, I got my pistol now. Oh. Avalanche? Avalanche at this time of the year? An old abandoned shack. Maybe there's treasure in there. Hop in. Come on, Alan. You can climb. I've seen you do it. Come on, Alan. Climb over. Come on, buddy. You got this. There you go. Camper doesn't have a door? No door. It's a doorless camper. Really hard to get in. Alan. Alan! Don't kick in that door. Blood. Oh, this crows kind of scared me a little bit. Those crows did give me quite a fright. Ew, look at all the dust in here. Just a bit of blood, but it's very square. Very square. You think somebody took a blood blanket and then drug it across the ground a little bit? Turn on the TV. It'll be me. I'm always on television. Nope.
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization.
Cancer and cure.
Some crimes are impossible.
Let's go out here and investigate, shall we? Hey, Nameen, thank you so much for the raid. What's up? Nameen Animals. Hey. How was your stream? You're playing Bad Dreams Stories. Oh, I've never heard of that. Is that a spooky game for the Halloween season? I hope you enjoyed your game, my friend. It's good to see you. Thanks for bringing your viewers over here. Oi. Hi there, everybody. We're playing Alan Wake right now. A spooky flashlight game where we have to look out for enemies. We shine them with the flashlight and then we give them the old bang, 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 bang. Also, our character might be crazy. What's up, sausages? Sausages. Yum, yum. Sausage for dinner? You had to play this in the daytime. You're a wussy lady? No, Jet. Games are a lot scarier during nighttime.
Rusty, hang on! I'm coming! Please!
Rusty's gonna die. Rusty's being killed with a rusty axe. Come here, Shuddy. Come back here. Mike's Reptile World. Hi there. Coming in from Nameen's stream. How'd you enjoy the game? I'm not sure if they made it over here. It sounds like they had some problems with the raid. Oh, no. Well, maybe y'all can tell me. What was the game like? Did y'all enjoy it? Look, there's a guy that's his blood everywhere. Whoa. Whoa. Hey, KP. Hi, KP. You're headed out. We'll see you later, A-Star. Get some rest. Get some rest, my friend. Hope you enjoyed the spookiness.
True. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back.
Rusty ain't gonna hang on for long, buddy. We gotta take him out of his misery.
Would help me understand what happened.
What?
Rusty, I'm sorry.
I guess Rusty's amazing.
I'm sorry. Nobody wants to take care of your dog, Rusty.
Oh, I can't shoot. Oh no!
Dog seems...
Don't shush the dog after you shoot it. You shoot a dog and then you say,
Shh, good boy.
oh boy. Don't worry. Nothing. Nobody was hurt.
Good boy. That's right.
Here we go. Hey. Nameen raids again. Hey, there's a second raid. There's a second raid. Oi, oi, welcome. How are you doing, Acer Hemdall? I don't know if that's how I say that, but oi, oi. Welcome, welcome. We're playing the spooky game. The spooky game. It's not a scary game. It's not a gross game. It's just spooky. Can't go back outside. We're looking for thermoses, but that's not important. Wahoo! I broke that so much. Twitch would not play ball there. Oh no. There were issues with the raid. It's true. I've had raid issues as well recently, Nameen. But thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah, it went through the first time and then it went through the second time too. It was 2 raids. But yeah, how was the game? Did you enjoy it? Thank you for picking here to bring your friends to. Oh, I think that we need to leave. Yeah. Look, there's even it highlighted on the map. I'm a dum-dum.
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe.
I'm a dum-dum. I'm a dum-dum.
Back on.
We gotta get it back on. Here we go.
You got left behind, hence the B-Tech raid. Hey! You got left behind. Just like that book. Oh. Got another piece of paper on the ground. It's probably part of my manuscript. Hello? You love the fangs? Oh, thank you. I sharpened them this evening. They're extra pokey. Oh, hang on. What's this? Open it up. What do we get? Some batteries. Revolver ammo. Nice. Oh no!
It was too late.
I was gonna ask what happened.
Circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
There was no way, you guys.
Rusty!
Rusty? Rusty? Buddy? Rusty, you sound perturbed. Is something happening in there?
The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Liquid darkness. Is it? Oh, yeah, right there. Interesting. Fried alive. Y'all just shipped me over here. No return address. Rusty Sausages was all alone. Retro. Retro Raggy. This ain't good. We got some minions. Got some minions. We'll have to blast them. Bam, bam, bam. You just shoot them 3 times after you shine them with light. Pretty easy. You can't hang around for very long. You have uni in like 9 hours. Get some rest. If you're getting some rest. Is it nighttime?
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Oh no. That's big. Something busted, man.
Please.
I got.
Don't feed the animals.
What? Don't feed the animals? Animals need food too, buddy.
Fishing is only permitted for those visitors who purchase a park fishing.
So goofy. Such a goofy voice. You have to stop it. It's simply illegal. Thank you so much for the follow, Jimps and Sausages. I appreciate it. I hope y'all enjoy the goofiness over here. Tolkien's here. Oi. Never approach. He's a serious, even as a ghost. He still does his job. Okay, we're supposed to just flashlight him. Keep flashing him. Oh. So do we gotta finish him off or what? Yeah, anybody going to bed? Get some good rest. Thanks for hanging out with us for a little bit. It was good to meet you. Oh, here they come. Whoa, watch it, watch it. Whoa, it says float like a butterfly. Let loose. There he goes. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. Makes that noise whenever I need to dodge. Can I shoot him? Whee! Whoa! No, I can't shoot him. Oh, there we go. Bam. Bam. Oh, is this Rusty? You've gone mad, Rusty. What about your dog? What about your dog? What about your job, Barry? I mean, whatever his name is. We killed him. We killed him. He's a good man. He's a good man. Oh, it's time for you to go too? Oh, we'll see you later, Malice. Get some rest. I'm excited for your new job. Excited for a new job. I want to see Troll out in the wild. Oh, hey, oh, dang it. He got an extra hit on me. That sorry sucker. That absolute rascal. Oh, we got to walk all the way back. No checkpoints for Alan. At least we can try to get over here soon enough.
Was covered with oily patches.
I'll save you. I'll save you. Oh no, it's too late again. There, we're already getting him. You got defeated in a cutscene, buddy. All right, blast him. Blast him. Let loose. Okay, let's fully load this sucker. Looks like sometimes it'll sucker you into only loading 2 bullets in there. This cabin is a mess.
Had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Don't feed the
Oh, he's up there. Aha! Again. Okay, so we probably just need to do like a dodge. Come on, hit me, hit me. I dare you. This voice, come on. Come on, buddy. Hit me. There you go. I told you could do it. Oh, come on. Reload my gun. I'll wait here for a minute. Come on. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I'm here for you, buddy. I'm just gonna keep on dodging. Let loose. All right, buddy, hit me again. One more time. I promise, this is the last one. I promise. Oh. I got you. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. Boom. There we go. Okay, he did. And now we got some munchkins. Get out of here. You're gonna get blasted, buddy. Hey, not you again, Mr. Toss Junk at me. Stop that. You're dying. You're dying right here tonight. Oh. If a tree falls in the forest, what are we gonna do? Hey. I was trying to come up with something funny to say. Airy Horrified, thank you so much for the raid. What the heck? I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the raid with 7 of your friendos. Hey, Ari Horrified, oh dear, don't give me any spoilers for Doki Doki, but I hope it was incredible. I hope it was an incredible time. Very spooky, I say. Oh, I hope it was good. Thank you for bringing your friends over here. We're playing Alan Wake.
What the hell was that?
Will you play that? Maybe on YouTube. I don't know if I'd stream it.
About it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez.
It's just me going through the woods, reading stuff.
You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin.
Barry
Don't
believes us
open the
now.
door
Nice.
for anyone. I mean it.
So the only way to defeat these enemies that we're fighting right now is light, and the enemy can destroy the light. Like, it's pretty rough situation we're in here. Enemies can destroy the only thing that hurts them. Okay. Do a 2 a.m. stream series. Oh yeah. We stream in the middle of the night to make sure that all the children are asleep, except for the Australians. No spoilers. It was good though. You just started today, so you're starting to get into the spooky stuff. Oh, nice. Ari just started. Didn't really get to the spoilery parts. Ooh, I see. See, I don't know any of I don't know anything about it. So I'm excited to play it someday. But yeah, I'm glad that you came over here. Playing some Doki Doki.
Lover's Peak was
That's a spooky game. This is a spooky game. Look, Lover's Peak. This is where the dating sim starts and Alan Wake ends. Right over here. Hippity hoppity. But yeah, hi everybody. My name's Kenny. I play games like every single day. Most days I don't play anything spooky. But I mean, it's Halloween. It's Halloween. I gotta wear costumes. We gotta play spooky games. This is how it is. It's just how the season goes. But yeah, I play mostly Nintendo games. Pretty much every single day. You're welcome to vibe and hang out. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Whoa. Oh, we dodged it. Nice. Gotta keep him back. Boom, boom, boom. Don't throw any junk at me. Yeah, the ones that throw stuff are the worst. Okay, there we go. They're all dead. Dad, is that you? Honey? You home? Von chick? Vaughn? It's been so long since I've seen you. It's good to see you again. Yeah, I've noticed that that's a new trend. Everybody that commented on my Instagram post said, Daddy? Question mark? Except for some people that noticed that some of my decorations had changed a little bit. Shaking my head. I can't believe that people are paying attention to what's on my desks. My desks. Is that where it came from? It looks like the same area. This is the right way. I can feel it. There's a phone. Can we pick up the phone? No. No. Oh, you're at work? Nice. Making that money. Making that money. Hope you're enjoying yourself as much as you can. Some work days are better than others, okay? Lover's Peak. Up there. Let's see if we can find some lovers. Lovers, here comes Alan. Lovers. It's me, Alan Wake, the famous author. I'm gonna write a story about y'all. Nothing but a bunch of bear statues. These aren't lovers. Nothing to encourage young love like some suspicious bear statues. It's just so romantic, babe. Just you, me, and Papa Bear. You know, I'm somewhat of an author. It's nice to meet you. Name's Alan Wake. Or,
name's Alan Wake. It's nice to meet you.
The great old frick. Boom. Oh yeah, we gotta burn him down with this light. Oh boy. Kaboom. Takes 2 shotgun shots. Mamma mia. Ow. That's a spicy meatball. Ow. Stop. Okay, you're just gonna take 1 shot, buddy. Boom. There we go. We're back to our pistol. Golden GG, how are you doing? We're crawling out under this tree. The big old Douglas fir. Look. I'm part of nature now. Well, I only saw the post, but I only liked it because I was overwhelmed by the dehydrated comments. What? You only liked it because of that, Rosera? Rosera, I thought that you were a fan. I thought that you were a fan. You've been in the Earl of Suds fan club for 3 years. Even before I streamed. Keep on dodging. Keep on dodging. Just keep running. Just don't slow down. Don't slow down, Alan. You're slowing down. What did I just say? I'm gonna die. Great. What? How tiresome. Could you stop? Stop. Stop. They don't stop if you stun them. There's no stunning them. Oh boy. There we go. You gonna get your dog sorted and post stream snacks? Nice. Sounds good. Now mean, enjoy your snackies. Thanks again for the raid. We'll see you later. Oh, out of ammo. That's not good. That's not good. I think we're going to die. Open up. Emergency. This is an emergency. The emergency is that we've got 2 zombies. Man, barely survived this. Nice. Whenever you die, you get to, you have more ammo and stuff. Oh, he broke my phone. Hey, Bugs from Safeway. How are you doing? What's up? Bugs from Safeway. Living underneath children is quite an adventure. Why live your life like a normal person whenever you can live life on the edge? You never know when there's going to be some loud thumping above your head. It could be the middle of the night. Boom, 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 boom. It could be whenever you just wake up in the morning. Bang, 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 bang. It could be right whenever you're right on the edge of sanity, dude. And then there's the kids. Here they are, making their noises. Oh, nice shot, buddy. I'm running. You just can't get hit. That's all. If you don't get hit, then you win. God, this game. What am I supposed to do? I'm out of bullets now. I can't kill all these. No way that they want me to kill all these. It's too many. You don't have nearly enough ammo for that. Not even... I don't nearly have enough ammo for all of them. There's like 5 of them. 5 or 6 of them. What am I supposed to do? Am I really supposed to pick them off one by one with my 12-shot pistol? Because I can't really dodge them. Or I can't dodge them anyway. Yay, so 1, 2. There's loads of them. There's loads of them. Hey, enjoy your free candy there, KK Da Bomb. Look at that. This guy is super strong, too. This guy's one of the super strong ones. He's a mega lad. What am I supposed to do? We got a mega lad and a bunch of other beams. No shoddy. Nope. No shoddy. Out of ammo. They haven't given me ammo in a while. And I haven't been, like, super wasteful. Am I supposed to be, like, searching around for stuff? This is why I never understand these games. This game and Resident Evil have the same vibes where I'm like, where am I supposed to get my ammo at? What am I supposed to do now? What's the idea? Am I supposed to just run away? Yeah, I'll just run away. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, running away. Here we go. Ah, frick. Ah, I don't have the firepower to kill them. I cannot kill them. And I can't dodge them either. Ow! Okay, well, we'll restart from the beginning. You gotta go play some player versus enemy DayZ. Hey, have a good time. Have a good time, Dad. We'll see you later. Teaches you to be frugal. It does in Resident Evil, but I don't get it in this game. They like give you endless batteries. And they reload your gun whenever you die. Does not encourage you to be careful. They kind of just let you go crazy most of the time. And then sometimes they'll punish you. But it's too inconsistent. And you have to unload like 3 shots on the enemies to kill them. It's ridiculous. Oh, I gotta just hide in this light. That's what it is. You gotta just make it to the light. They can't get you in the light. Okay. Let's do that. Bugs, I'm underneath the kid's bedroom, actually. My poor roommate is underneath the adult's bedroom. I don't know which one I'd rather pick. DBH. Let's go. Go. Ah, come on. Come on. Why? What do I... What do I do? This game. I can't dodge them. They're too powerful. Ow! God, no. Stop. 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 What do? I can't kill them all. I can't kill them all. There's too many of them. My little dodgies, they just don't do that. They just don't do the trick. What do I kill? Like 1, 2 of them? Dude, I'm gonna get a broom and I'm gonna hit the ceiling a couple times. Hey, they're about to pop out. Here they come. Giant them. Oh, we gotta run them around the rock. Give them the old run around. Yeah, we're gonna kill some of the munchkins. We're not gonna kill Big Barry. Big Barry's gonna live forever. Stop throwing stuff at me. You suck. Y'all both suck. Are y'all melee or why do you have endless knives? They have endless knives. They can just continually throw weapons. How do you have endless weapons? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, we made it to the light. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Like logs are blocking the way? Logs.
We're gonna have to make a jump for it. Here we go.
We made it through, thank goodness. Are there any flammables that you could shoot and incinerate them? That's a good idea. That's a very gamer idea you got there. Look for the barrels. Where's the red barrels? I mean, I'll try to keep that in mind. So the strategy that I used there was to shoot some little ones, right? Shoot little ones and then you're totally good. We've got to reach Lover's Peak. I have to find out what those lovers are doing up there. What is love? Does anybody know? Please keep the doors closed. Remain seated and do not swing cabin. Keep arms and head inside at all times. My head? I don't mind what happens to my head. I'll be just fine. I'm an author. Spooky! Ah! Oh, malfunction! Ah! Oh no! Mechanical malfunction. Nothing scarier. And bats included. Oh no. The gubgulubulubs.
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming.
Oh, I got saved by the meanie. Y'all remember this? Remember the
flashlights, kid stuff. The flares will keep the bastards away.
Hey, Cannon, what's up? It's the hunter. Looks like the hunter's become the hunted.
Why? Because that's the way the story goes. Yeah, but let's move.
Look at the flashlight.
Gun back there. Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
I got a gun.
But then
I got a gun too.
He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name.
We were
heading in the direction of Lover's Peak.
Come on, let's go save my wife.
Coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake. You better keep up. You set him up.
I am. I'm ready. Hold down R1 to use a flare. Oh, whoa, cool. Oh, I dropped it. Can I pick it back up? Kill them. Take them out. Me and this hunter, nice. Oh, so I'm not the, so now I don't have a gun. I have to keep Steve alive. You gotta keep Steve alive. Keep blasting. That's right, you keep blasting him. Ha ha ha. Get him. Get him. Get him, get him. Get him. You got him. Come on. One more shot. Let's do it.
My wife.
If you want to know what love is, watch the Drew Gooden video. Oh yeah, that'll help a lot. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. Come on, buddy. Hit him. Hit him. Let loose. We made it. Me and my hunting friend. Whoa, 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 whoa. What's happening? Oh, no. Almost failed you, my hunting friend. Got some flares. All right, nice.
Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Uh-oh.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake. Are you kidding?
You won't give us the gun. Nice. We're gonna have to use our flares. Here we go. Back into the shadows, back into the abyss. Okay, hang on. I'm getting scared out here. I am. There's light on him. I want him to get a little bit closer. Ta-da! Die. All right, there we go. We got the flares. What's it gonna be, boys? You want to get boom flared? Ooh, that's like killing this guy. Holy moly. Yeah, that's right. It's you that I don't like specifically. Now my hunting friend's gonna kill him. Get out of here. I said get out of here. Whoa, game kind of laggy. Kill him. Get him. Stop fighting me. I'm not fighting you. I'm trying to help. Ah. Back up. We got 3 more. Steve. Get some bullets in that gun. Steve. He left me. He abandoned me. I can't believe it. He just let me die. The fake blood looks like a half-shaved beard. Fake blood. Fake blood. This is leftover pizza sauce for my delicious extra large pizza. Azrael, how are you doing? My wife. I'm trying to look for my wife and I'm going crazy just thinking about her.
Give me the gun.
I miss her so much. I miss my wife so much. There's some enemies over here. Mamma mia, here they come. My wife. Do y'all guys know where my wife is? My wife's name is Alice. I have a flare. Would y'all be interested in this flare? What if the game lagged a lot? Would that change your mind? Take that. Take that, you heathens. What if I pulled out another flare? Ow! Move it or lose it. I wanna move it. I wanna move it. I do not want to lose it. Come on, buddy. Into the light. Come on, don't worry about them. Don't worry about them. Just come over here. Linz, what's up? Oi! Linz, I'm supposed to be resting my voice, but I just yelled out with joy whenever I saw you. We're playing a spooky game. Oh, so scary. A little heart. This is where the lovers go. This is where the lovers go, up here. Love Rock. Me and my beautiful friend.
More flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
He looks like he's been modeled after Jim Varney. You think? Think he looks a little bit like Jim Varney? I'm thinking so. Get out of here. My buddy's gonna shoot you. I can't see anything. Yeah, oh, I see the thermos. Hang on, buddy. You deal with these guys. Oh, ow. Ow, why are they focusing on me? Screw you guys. Get out of here. I want to get that thermos. I don't care if it costs me my life. There we go. Nice. Let loose. Let loose or shine the light on him. Kill him. Kill him. He's such a horrible shot. It took 3 tries. Oh, there's another guy up top. That one crawling up. What the heck? Whew. Well, Fooey, you killed him. Stay back. Ow. Stay back. Unhand those weapons. Put down the weapon, sir. Otherwise, my friend will be forced to blast you. Excuse me? Could you save my life over here? I'm dying over here. I have to live. I have to live. Come on, buddy. There's one more behind you. You get him off? Oh, crap. It's a piece of cake, Wake. Did you just hear him? He said it. Stop. Stop. You suck. It says defend the viewing platform. I mean, that's what we're doing for sure. We don't get any gun because we're not trusted anymore. Whoa, big guy. This guy takes forever. There we go. He's all ready for you, buddy. He's all ready for you to blast. Still got 4 players. I'm good. For 2 months, you couldn't stream because your computer was at service at Lenovo. Oh boy. Lenovo, chop chop. You finally got it back 4 days ago. Streamed once that day. Now it won't turn on. What do you think is wrong with it? What did they say was wrong with it? Not turning on. That should be a pretty obvious problem. Hey, nice. How has the game been? A little bit boring.
Let's cut the act. Where's my wife?
I knew
Where's
you would
my
say that.
wife?
I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
Ooh, we've got ourselves a critic.
Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her mouth.
She's gonna suffer, as in die. So is he the kidnapper? If so, he wants the manuscript so that he can be a writer. He wants to get. He wants us to give him the manuscript so that he can be rich and famous. I'm confused. What's happening? Kenny, that's my name.
He had Alice, and he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power.
Magic power?
Manuscript to give him.
He wants the magic manuscript.
Figure out my next move.
He thought that my manuscript was made out of magic. I decided to show him how magical a lead bullet was.
A handheld flare gives you some room. See, those would have been nice to have earlier.
No! Come back here! I swear I'll kill you if you hurt Alice!
Come back here!
Come back here!
Come back here! Where are you going, you rascal?
And he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power.
Ooh, good sound design. Scary.
And figure out my next move.
Alice! Don't you dare kill Alice! If you kill Alice, I'm gonna kill you. Do 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 do. Yeah. What's this? A sparkle, sparkle. Oh, that's a bear trap. That's a bear trap. Why does it sparkle like that? It's sparkling like it's a treasure to pick up. That's a treasure to pick up. It's a bear trap. Okay, don't take that, little treasure. That's not for us. That's for the bears. Ooh. Found a sneaky way, you guys. This is where you find all the thermoses. Boing, 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 boing. You been a little stressed today, Linz? I'm sorry to hear that. Hope that you can relax with us. Just like they said. This isn't the most relaxing game. But I don't find it that stressful. Look, there's more traps. Look at all these traps. They're all laced to the forest. Who put them out here? That stupid old hunter? Stupid old dum-dum? dummy old silly old stupid old dum-dum. Just gotta keep shining my light, you guys. Item limit reached. Ooh, we could go swimming. We could go swimming. They're trying to eradicate bears once and for all. That's why there's so many traps out here. I got to apply to more places and quit being lazy. Calico, you need to apply for more jobs? More jobs, more jobs. Everybody should have at least 15 jobs. Oh, crap. Ah! My leg. My thigh. My hip. Here. You can't come up here. It's illegal. This place is for gods only. Oh, hang on. Let me get this new battery in there. Aww. A third bullet? What a waste. There we go. Boyon. Make it through the woods. It's a good mission. I like it. Mission survive. Hang on. I recognize this big rock. Oh, I was pressing the dodge button. Dodge button broken. Boom, boom, boom.
Reload, get ready.
So many spooky enemies in these woods. Got a log? In case you want to split some wood. Oh, got treasure. Treasure chest? Aw, you can't open it. Oh, wait, maybe you shoot it. Maybe it's a coffin. Alice, are you in there? Knock, knock, knock. Alice! Somebody help. The padlock is locked. My wife is locked inside of a coffin. And she's being buried very, very slowly. Oh. Oh no, I'm being attacked by a violinist. Can't believe that there's so many artistes in this village. It's most incredible. Everybody's got a violin on hand. Question. Are diamonds the shiniest precious stone, or do you think something else is shinier? I don't know. Shiniest precious stone. Opal. I don't know. I don't know anything about rocks. Hang on, we gotta kill the big guy. Bam. Bam. And hang on. Bam. Bam. How many shots? 5? Whew, 6. Spicy. He's dead.
Okay, we gotta start up this generator.
Dead by Daylight, anybody right now? Dead by Daylight? Live and unloaded? Okay. Ooh, treasure. Hope Dead by Daylight goes on sale during Halloween, because I might buy it for the PS5. Pick up the paper. My manuscript. This contains all of my documents. Oh, wait. Ooh, hunting rifle. All right. Lots of guns in this game. Lots of killing. Lots of murder. He said it was rated T for teen, and I suppose teens can kill people, but should they? I don't know. Could a human survive this fall? Yes. Can a video game human survive that fall? Yes. But I don't think I was supposed to go down here. Because I saw flares up there. That's not good. That is not good. Oh no, here comes an enemy. Run away. Run away. Come on, Alan. Be the coward that your parents always said you were. Ow! Stop. So rude. They're impossible to evade. They're impossible to evade. Let me go. Let me go. Let me. Oh, okay, fine. 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 Do you already own a copy for PS4? I do not. I was playing it on my PC. I fell down and now I'm permanently down. I'm permanently blue. All teens should kill people. It's a formative experience, like burning down a library. Ah, I see. It's a shame there's no wars going on right now. Oh, hello everybody. I seem to be stuck in this corner here. What if I started this generator while this flare was still going? Is that a strategy? Splendid. Take that, you absolute mongrels. I win. I win, Alan Wake. I win the whole game. I see the light. Probably a hunter up there that's gonna shoot me. Thermos on a hill. Grab the thermos. Oh, what? I didn't have time to grab it. I just wanted to grab one. I just wanted one of them. I didn't need all the thermoses in the entire world. I just wanted one more. Guy doesn't ask for much out of here. He's just trying to get one thermos. I see the thermos on the hill. That's mine. It's mine. Oh, I got stuck. It's mine. You can't stop me. Nice. My thermos. Grab the thermos, hop the lake. Perfect plan. Oh, Alan. Alan, do you get to keep thermoses after you die? This was an experiment, Alan. I don't really care if you live or die. Oh, look at that. You have to pick it up and live. Uh-oh. It probably means that we left some thermoses behind, because I definitely died a bunch of times. Okay, let's switch over to our pistole. Oh, back up, boys. Y'all really just kind of jump up on me. Very rude. No warning. He just gave me a little push right off the edge. Did you see him? He just nudged me. He just nudged me off the edge. This AI is too smart. They're too smart. Just give me a little push. Wait, lad, you play DBD? No, I don't play it. I played it one time. I played it one time and it was pretty fun. But I got really frustrated with the I just got frustrated with the one killer that I kept running into, which was the doctor. I kept running into him over and over and over and over, and I was just like, all right, I'm done. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Here we go. We're dodging. We're dodging now. Welcome to Dodger Stadium. Bap, bap. As you can see, I am a video game professional. Take that. And that. There we go. They're all dead. Yay. The game has changed quite a bit since you played that one time. I wonder how long it's been since I played that game. It should show me on Steam. Let me see. It says, according to Steam, Dead by Daylight. I last played it in December of last year. That's what it says. December of 2020. Wow. I haven't played Dead by Daylight since 2020. I'm old. Okay. There we go. So, where do we go now? Oh, we go this way. I keep forgetting to look at the map. I hear enemies. Hello. Hello, enemy that I have to shoot. Because everybody must die. Hello, person throwing junk at me right now. Thank you for the stuff that you threw at me. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. No, I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind. Just keep throwing those at me. I don't mind. You like watching DBD? Someday I'll be able to play it. Ooh. It does seem like a fun cat and mouse game. A real challenge. I do really understand the appeal of games that are like a big challenge. Lots of practice and stuff. Is DBD the game with the big hooks? Yes. Where they go like, "Hup, yeah," and like throw them onto the hooks and they go, "Ah!" Yeah, it is a little bit visceral the first few times you watch it, but after you watch it a little bit, it doesn't really affect you, Linz. Your heart would be hardened and then you'll be like, hooks, whatever. I used to play hooky every day. Hello? Anybody here? Hello? What was that? Oh. Yeah, Poppy's an addict for sure. Got some Resolzer demo. Now we go up the stairs. It's more dark. But not like dark, like goop dark. Look. This is where you hang up really, really heavy shirts. This is a really, really heavy duty coat hanger. For your biggest coats. You think that this is building the atmosphere? You think that this is making me scared? Stop making me get rid of these stupid goop piles. They don't even do anything for me. Manuscript paper. We don't even have the full manuscript yet. A missing page. That's important. If you don't get that missing page, then you don't get the real ending of this game. I get annoyed how people play the newest character and you end up seeing the same killer over and over. Yep. That's how it is with a lot of games. Like Overwatch. As soon as Echo came out, everybody was trying to play them. Uh-oh, Alice is in this box. Never mind. I thought that was a coffin. Oh, we jump across here, I see. Boyon. More goop in here. I like hearing the sounds. I like hearing the sounds of some like screaming bat that's being choked. Really nice. I enjoy that. What's in the box? Should we watch 7? It's been a while since I've seen 7, but I don't remember it being appropriate for movie night. I don't remember it being, but I don't know. Maybe my memory's failing me. Soul demon sounds. Yeah, it's like Demon Souls, but with no real weapon. Reach the top of the mill and then jump off. Oh, we made it. Yay. Now we got to make it through the woods again. Okay. The darkness wears her face. The darkness wears her face. Yeah. This guy's tough. Look at him go. Not tough enough, buddy. Bam, 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 bam. There you go. Take that. You don't think you've watched it? 7? It's a pretty good crime thriller, I guess. That is what it would be called, right? Isn't it just like a crime thriller? It's pretty good. Silence of the Lambs sounds like it'd be a cute movie. What do y'all think about that new movie Lamb that's gonna come out though? Isn't it just called Lamb? I am very interested in it. Got like the little goat with the little human goat. Have y'all seen that movie? The little human goat that's like walking by with like holding hands with its parent, and it's got a little sheep face. It's so funny looking. Here, I could post a picture of it on Discord. Let me show you. Let me show you the I had to take a screenshot because it was too funny. It's too funny looking. This is a little goaty goat. Little goaty goat that's looks like a child. It's so disturbing. I will definitely be watching this if I can. It's just a screenshot from the trailer. Are you kidding me right now? Hey, Drex, how are you doing? Oi, oi. It's me. Totally the Earl of Suds. Totally 100% normal. Oh, I have to scroll way down to find it. Where's the goat? There it is. Here, it's a screenshot in the general. That's part of the trailer. It's scary. Bugs, oh, you gonna go play Sims 4? Nice. Bugs, we're gonna play some Sims 4 soon. It's true. We will play Sims 4 very soon. Anne mine has given me access to her account, which has loads of DLC. And she has given me the login information. So now I can use her Sims account. And we can play the game. And she's got the spooky DLC. She's got the vampire DLC too. Boy yo yo yoing, boy yo yo yo. Oh, hello? Hey, stop rolling the spools. When? I am not sure, Bugs. I'm sorry, I am not quite sure. This month. Definitely this month. Is this just another big guy? Oh man, come on, man. You cannot leave until you hear when. This month, definitely. We're gonna do some sort of a challenge and I'll be a vampire. I don't know. Keep your eyes peeled. Keep your eyes peeled. The closest theater playing that movie is almost 2 hours away. Oh, the Lamb movie? Yeah, it's A24, whatever it's called. It's one of those, like, yeah, smaller movies. Small release, limited release movie. That's how Bernie was whenever it was released. It's also how Hardcore Henry was, too. I had to drive pretty far to watch it. We got loads of ammunition. Let's go to the campgrounds. Oof. If a tree falls in the forest, did a ghost chop it down? Logging is a hazardous occupation. I heard that, buddy. My brother exploded whenever he chopped down a tree. Don't mind turning on that chainsaw. I'm just gonna kill you. Oh, actually, I'm gonna kill your friends first. Yeah, buddy, I'm gonna have to end you right now. Right here, right now. You, me, dinner. Ka-chow. That's it? What a pathetic human being. You said it's in Icelandic. Oh. It looks like the dad's taking the lamb out to pasture to kill it. No, that's his little... It looks like from the trailer that the lamb's mother, they're gonna go kill the lamb's mother or something. And they're like, this is our boy. And their neighbor's like, that's not a child. That's not a real child. That's an animal. And then they're like, we love our baby. Elderwood National Park, Service of the Interior. Look, there's another spa where we can hang out with the bears.
Barry?
Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight. I'm on my way.
Hitchcock? That movie's not scary. Not Lambie.
Stay hidden.
Lambie's mother died.
Make sure you keep the lights on.
I don't see any enemies. I was just speaking my ancient sacred words that are supposed to scare away any spirits. Seems to have worked. I don't see any enemies.
Still had to reach Barry, but at least
Barry. Barry, come out of the tent. Let's talk. Barry. Anne. And did you hear me say your name? I'm sorry for pulling you out of lurk. I apologize. I apologize. If Mary had a little lamb and Jesus is the Lamb of God, does that mean that Mary had a little Lamb of God? If Lamb of God is a pretty good metal outfit. Where does this go? Pick up the manuscript. Are we allowed in the girls' bathroom now? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, but my name's Alan Wake. But my name's Alan Wake, and it's closed for renovation. I'm a rule breaker. Slenderman, you in here? Gosh, it's dark. This game is. Whew. So stinky, Anne. Also, hi, Awkward. What's up? Awkward, I just found rifle hunting ammunition. Hey! I watched Hardcore Henry with my ex-boyfriend when it was released. The theater was empty apart from us and two older ladies. We held hands during most of it.
Find the key to the garage.
Shut up, Alan. I'm trying to read the best love story ever. So we could he said the two other people took off during some of the more distasteful scenes so we could chat over the rest. I was really taken by the film and the stunts. Could be that the couldn't do that so low budget in the UK. He bought the soundtrack when we got home and listened to it for weeks. Hey, that's awesome. I went with my my bro friend, Garrett's older brother. We went and watched it because I was so excited about it. And we both were a little bit sick by the end of the film.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can
Shut up,
create it,
Alan.
shape it, but
Hang on.
as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its
Can
own.
we shoot these?
Change one thing, you set off a chain
No?
reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters
Apparently
have
not.
to be true to themselves.
Oh, there's an enemy in there. Come on out, buddy. I'll leave you there if you want. I don't care. You saved me bullets. Thank you. Save me bullets. Oh no, Awkward. You were saying that you got a COVID test with a super duper sensitive nose. I'm sorry. That sucks. What'd you get your COVID test for? Are you like applying for something or going somewhere? Can you drive in this game? What? You can drive in this game? Yay! Woohoo! Beep beep. Hey, sorry to hit you like that. Beep beep. Ooh, you might have to shine your lights on them for long enough to be able to damage them. Boost to the lights, eh? Sorry, buddy. Stop rotating the camera like this. It's so hard to see. Beep beep. Boom boom. Return to Barry. Look out, Barry. Now I can just ignore everything. Great. Let's go. We've had to do so much combat in this game. I don't feel bad about skipping any of it. Whee! This car's got some hops. Here we go. Brum, brum. Elderwood. Go! Whee! Ashley, thank you for the 19 months. Can we get some hype in the chat for the big 19?
Beating heart, sparkling heart, growing heart.
Big 19. There's so many types of hearts. Big heart, growing heart, big fart. Thank you so much, Ashley. I appreciate it. Huh? Vehicle? Falling? That reminds me that Alice misspelled brain as Brian the other day, and it was hilarious. She said, stupid Brian. I was like, why are you picking on Brian? It sounds like you're to blame for this one. Let me through. Ow! Come on now. What are we supposed to do? Where's Barry? Boom! Rip. Rip, rip. Maybe I should drive this off the edge. Drive into the river, Bob. Oh, drive into the river, Bob. Can I get out? Nice. I'm free. I'm free. See, me and my ex, you and Garrett, Hardcore Henry is just a movie about love. Very romantic. It was Garrett's older brother. It was not Garrett. It was Garrett's older brother, Connor. My first love of the Marshalls. I like Garrett better than that now, though. Garrett's not married.
Was probably the best weapon I
Once
could
they get
imagine
married,
against
you
the
know,
things I was facing.
you just gotta kind of give up on them, you know? Oh! Bam! How do you like that? Big flare right in the eyeball. Yeah, so my relationship with Connor is gone. Your relationship with your ex is gone. Calico watched it with their ex. Sounds like Hardcore Henry is a breakup movie. Hardcore Henry is the movie that you show to your partner whenever you want them to go bye-bye. Whenever you're done with them. Oh yeah, there's nothing in here. Well. So no relationship that has ever been present during a Hardcore Henry viewing has ever survived. To our knowledge. Well, I got a little bit tired, so I'm gonna just have to let this guy kill me. Run away. Come on, you want to live, right? Okay, to our current knowledge.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back.
Horseplay? Where? Where's the horses?
Listen.
I'm excited.
Listen.
My wife!
Finish it. I still need to write the ending.
Listen here, you samana bamana.
Not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is
So we have to do writing?
Find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon.
Shitty boy.
Manuscript. You get your wife.
Don't you dare call me shitty boy again.
Get me?
Yes. Yes.
Knock, knock. Hello? Anybody home? The lights are on, but nobody's here. I'm tired. Crime. Aha. Well, we've been committing crime. So I'm not surprised that crime has showed up. We're here. Horse, horse, horse. Let's get back to Barry. Barry. He's our man. Barry. On the can. Barry. He's our man. Barry. Jerry can. Surprisingly, here, Kenny does not mean bye. What? Surprisingly, here, Kenny does not mean bye-bye of that kind of death. What? What? I don't know what you're...
Barry had talked about birds.
Bye-bye? Bye-bye, birds? The darkness controls the Taken. These birds ain't just controlling the Taken. Bye-bye. Oh, bye, Mark. Here we go. Let's hop up these stairs. Giddy up. Yeehaw. Yeah, come over here. It's me, Al, from Al's Toy Barn. These birds are weird. Stop judging these birds by your own standards, Barry. You're always judging things based on human standards, but you don't think about what's weird for a bird. These birds are acting completely normal by bird standards. Oh, a therapist. See, look at them. They're sensible. They're fine. Get out of here. Kill the birds with a flare. Got some rocks over here. Oh, this is a box of treasure. Take that. Did that kill some of them? Oh no. I'm killing the birds with the light. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Hide it under a bushel. No! Wait, oh, here they come. Piss off, you old double-winged bird brains. Bird fight. Bird fight, get the camera. Oh, I think they left. They're too weak. Oh, there's more birds. Well, okay. Anger Birds. Oh, I watched that movie the other week. It's good. Angry Birds. Oh, wait, so he locked the... Oh, I'm supposed to get to the chimney, I think he said, right? Did he say to the chimney? He blocked all the doors. Barry, you're a real piece of work, buddy. Let me through the window. Am I supposed to go through there? I don't think so. Look at it. We can get through there.
FBI, open up!
Let me through. Yeah, FBI is exactly right. Open up this door, Barry. Oh, it says defeat the birds. The birds. Take that, birds. Take that, you rascals. Yeah, you gotta shine light on birds and it makes them explode. Oh my gosh, why are there so many birds? I thought the birds were extinct. One time Chewbacca kissed my head. What? What's happening? Why are y'all getting kisses from weird furry friends? Calico was kissed by a walrus? Sparkle was kissed by Chewie? Stop! Am I doing this right? Birds exploding in delight. So realistic. I know, right, Tin? Also, hi, Tin! Flare gun those birds. Eat this. Hot Wheels, eat that. The beast at Disney kissed your hand. Lens. Love. Boom. Whoa, the flare's a little much. Rats, we are the rats. Michael, it's your birthday. So anyway, I start blast. Oh, wait. Take that, you stupid birds. It says defeat the birds, but I don't think that they can be killed. It's too many of them. Bugs, you've got good rats.
You can open the door now.
Thank goodness.
They're gone.
That's the closest that you've gotten to your first kiss. Well, my first kiss was ruined by some rando. I already told y'all my first kiss story. My kiss was stolen. Oh, Barry.
Al?
My boy.
I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
I was. We're all having a psychotic episode together.
I sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting
Oh,
the kid
Barby.
He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared.
The lost phone one? Yeah, that's it.
Man wanted a manuscript.
It doesn't. I was just kidding, Calico. It was great. I wish that happened more often.
For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche.
JT, your first kiss was during a high school improv show? What?
It was happening for real, and I couldn't.
JT? JT, you're supposed to do a stage kiss, not a real kiss. Ay, ay, ay.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found
Oh, his name is Barry Wheeler.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Waite come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
I live in the trailer park outside the
Have a
town.
great day.
Oh, she's
Hope you
taken.
come back soon.
She's taken.
Welcome to the old
Good girl.
So are these people actually dying whenever I shoot them? What is this? What is this game? It's definitely your face at work.
Come here. Pretty please. Can you tell me where I am?
Am I supposed to take this seriously?
I need to get my bearings. I'm lost. And the shadows keep on changing.
This is so goofy, dude. Oh, DMC, I know. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
This game is so silly, dude.
I can't can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her. My best
I never thought that Max Payne would be considered like not so dramatic. This is very dramatic.
Just the way it was.
No, that was not the tutorial.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
That was chapter 2.
The deadline.
Holding back tears. He likes it so much. Good girl. The story's unraveling.
Did she get her hands on
Are
the
y'all
manuscript
fascinated?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you were too hard on her. Listen, I
told you you were too hard on her.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
Ooh.
He's anxious to see you. You'd better
Yes, that's right. FBI. It stands for Federal Bureau of Investigations.
Let's make this quick, huh?
Some people like story games. I know. Are you enjoying it? All you story game fans, how is it? Also, this looks really good with all the lights on.
Rose, sure.
This is definitely a good looking game. It reminds me of A Way Out.
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting.
It's
Well,
me.
I'll show you her trailer.
Hello, it is
That
me,
Rose,
Alan Wake.
She's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives.
Yeah, what else?
This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true.
Urban
and, get
legends.
this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Doorway to the underworld.
There was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Now,
Is that a big old busted boat? What is this?
famous writer, but I ran a bunch of searches.
It's a big old boat. Somebody's got a big old dang busted boat over here. Go flip this boat over. Nobody should disrespect a man's boat like this.
But the volcano under the lake erupted
Oh,
in
I can't get out.
1970, and Zane went down with the
Into the Spider-Verse has a release date already. Into the Spider-Verse is a video game adaptation of the movie. I know the Spider-Verse movie. Is there another one that they're making? Is it a new movie or a new game?
Come on, mister.
Randy's dogs. Y'all want to come on over and get some of Randy's dogs? Randy's right here serving up hot dogs every day.
Come on over. We got all sorts of stuff. We got hot dogs, chili dogs, corn dogs, taco dogs, the famous dog, big dog, monster dog, belly burster, trailer trash dog for only $82. What? Trailer trash dog for $82.99? Big dogs only $83.49.
Place don't run itself.
You want to get yourself the belly burster for only $16? Don't forget about the special plates. We got Granny's Clawed Clam Chowder. We got Sparkling River Special.
Break, mister. Can we just get a move on?
Shut up. We got Ann Guardian Chicken Parmesan, Cauldron Lake Deep Fried Plate, a zany chicken fried steak. We got rabbit food, a salad with chicken. Salad with chicken, it says. Salad with chicken, small side salad, extra dressing, extra fixins. Just ask for them. All right, I'm interested. We get some of Randy's dogs. Are you Mr. Randy himself? Come on, let's get moving, buddy. A sequel? I don't know. What'd you say? October 17th? Sequel to the movie? Ooh. I'll watch it. First movie was great.
A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake
Drowned.
just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Who is lovers? You just mentioned one person.
Spook story. The Scratching Hag comes for you in the dark.
The Scratching Hag. That's not a very good way to remember a lost friend. Yeah, when she was alive, she was my friend and everything, but now we call her the Scratching Hag.
What? The lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and
Why are
Zane
you
before
checking out
they
the
both
trash
died,
cans?
And she had some kind of a breakdown.
Come on over here, Steve. Let me in this house. I've got to talk to the waitress. She's obsessed with me. There's a thermos in there. Knock, knock. Let me in.
Welcome to
Let me in.
Oh dear.
Let me in.
Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Me too. Let me
Rose,
in.
you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please.
Excuse me, ma'am.
come in.
I've heard that you have a thermos in here. Oh, hi.
This is really good.
I am a normal human.
Rose.
I'm gonna fill up my water.
My manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry. She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey, Al? Al, what's... Oh...
Barry! What? What?
It's coming for you, hiding in my body's skin.
We were
I'm too weak
drugged.
to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
We were drugged.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife.
My lovely wife is dead.
What you started. I insist.
Don't touch me with your clammy hands.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
Wow! Wow! Back to work, boy. Wow!
I felt nauseous.
And the television was just like.
Only anger kept me going.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore.
Me either.
It seems I have an imaginary editor.
Oh no! Look, this is. She's a Stan.
She's very strict.
His character looks a little bit like that guy from Nightcrawler. You know what I'm talking about? He's from Nightcrawler. He's from he's known as a chaotic individual. He was in some movie with Tom Holland or something. Yeah, Gyllenhaal. Looks like Jake Gyllenhaal. It's Jake Gyllenhaal right there. Oh yeah, that looks exactly like him.
Rose took a day from me.
Barry's
I had less than
dead.
12 hours left to meet the kid.
Alan? No, not really. No, Alan doesn't look like him, but that specific picture right there does look a little bit like Jake. That one on the very, very far left bottom looks a little bit like Jake. Just a little bit. He's a Stan. Oh, he played Mysterio. Oh, okay. I didn't watch any of those new Spider-Man movies. Ah, we got the thermos. Now my life is over. Cooking with corn. 72 tasty recipes. Is there 72 ways to prepare corn?
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner.
She's still crazy.
What can I get you today?
She's still crazy, and Barry's dead.
I
Great.
couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
You hated Rose before she was
gun
crazy,
and
dude.
Flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as
Oh,
possible.
we gotta drag Barry.
There was no time to waste.
We gotta get the car, smash it into here. Can we pick up Barry?
Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
Oh, that's rude, Alan. You could at least try. You didn't even try. We gotta get a car over here. We're gonna have to hook him up to a crane or something. Boing, boing. I haven't seen them either, and if I'm totally honest, I just knew that he was Mysterio for some reason. Yeah, I knew that he was Mysterio too. I just forgotten. I had already heard that too. Yeah, let's see if we can start up one of these vehicles. Let's see if we can get ourselves this vehicle started right here. We'll smash it into Barry's face. Oh, good night, Rosera. We'll see you later. Rosera. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy your evening. It was good to hang out with you. We're getting arrested, it's true. Wee woo.
God knows what you've done to that poor girl. This is Agent Nightingale, FBI. Get him up, Hemingway. You're under arrest. You move a muscle up.
But my name's Alan Wake.
Goddamn face. Stay right where you are, Slade.
What? Are they just shooting at him? What? Why is he running from the FBI? And why did they just like let loose?
What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac.
Yes. Correct. Why would they just start firing whenever there's a bunch of civilians behind them? Bullets travel through walls. By the way, if y'all didn't know. If y'all were not aware, bullets definitely travel through walls. Especially thin walls in a trailer park. I'm running away. You had a big crush on him and Donnie Darko. I have not seen Donnie Darko yet. But it looks like one of those movies that I would enjoy. Wee woo, wee woo. This game does remind me a lot of No Way Out. Or A Way Out, I think is what it's actually called. Y'all know what I'm talking about? That like a duo co-op game? A Way Out. You could play the banjo for hours. Who's up there? Hey, who's that up there? Oh, gun people. Right away from the gun people. This is the easiest part of the game. These guys shoot like stormtroopers. Run, Alan, run. Run, Alan, run. Alan, climb. Climb, Alan, climb. Actually, no, Alan, get down from there. Get down from there. It's too tall. It's dangerous up there. Lemon Berry. Hey, how are you doing? Lemon. I hope you're having a good day. Ow. I'm injuring Alan Wake right now. Alan Wake and Bake. Zoom. When Alan wakes up in the morning, he makes some cookies. Ooh, it's getting scary out here. The ghosts of future past are out here. Oh, wee woo. Dead cops? No problem. Alan knows what to do. Take them out of their misery with a big pistol. Oh, no body. No body, no case. You're feeling a bit ill, so you wanted to say hi before you go back to bed? Oh, I hope you start feeling better, Lemon. I'm sorry that you're feeling crummy. Get some rest. Get some rest. Drink some tea or something. I'm starting to get a little bit of a headache myself. We might play this game for a bit longer. We want to find out more. Find out what happens. Oh, we'll see you later. Anne, get some sleep. Bye-bye, Anne. Nighty-night. Something's going on in this forest. All those cops are being hunted by the darkness as well. Oh my. Yes, it seems that the darkness is not targeting us right now. Very splendid. Very splendid.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me.
This seems like a dream, right?
A chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
Yeah, I think that he's I think that he might be dreaming at this point, right? This is getting a little bit wild. A little unbelievable, you know? Oh no, a helicopter. Oh, do I need to hide from the light? It looks like they automatically can spot you. They automatically spot you. You just gotta hide behind here. Looks like they're gonna throw enemies at me and a dream. No way! No way, dude! A dream? Boing. More like a nightmare. Alan needs to wake up. Let's look through here. Let's see if we can see my friend Barry dying. Barry. Go 3. Whoa. Got a fire, got a light, got a, what am I supposed to be looking at? I don't even sound like that. Ooh, that's a reference. That's a film reference. Alchemic, I thought that you were a cinephile. Aha! The thermos.
This is James. Mulligan Thornton, come in. Over.
James Mulligan Thornton. Too many names. Too many names. I'm out of here. Next time that you ask me for anything, you use one name and one name alone. Everybody's named Alan in my dreams. In the dreams that I have every night, everybody's named Alan.
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station.
Where?
Maine seemed like a decent
Oh.
guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the
Over there. We're supposed to go over to that big old tower up top. A big old blinking beacon. Yeah, we don't have a gun right now, so I don't know what we're gonna do if enemies show up.
shadows clung to the gate. I wouldn't get through with it.
Oh no. Just get smacked. Look, the bat signal. Get the bat signal. Wait a second. First, I'm thirsty. Thermos. Activate the bat signal.
Power to the searchlight.
Oh no, I would have to plug it in.
No power? But there's no, oh, there's the cable. Cable goes over here to this shack, I guess. To the shack out back? Over here? Where's the plug? Where's my local power source? Oh, is it this thing? The ancient looking turbine. I don't think I can use that. Oh, it's all right over here. But I have several names for you. Kenny, Earl, Lad, Loser. Depends on the game that we're playing. You're going to be headed out now. Put this day behind me. You're almost free of the day. Linz, you're almost totally over this day. Get yourself some sleep, my friend. I hope that tomorrow is better. Here's to hoping that tomorrow's better.
This day has lost its power.
The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again.
Fix it and try. Oh, I think that you have to point it at it by hand. By hand. Kick it. Just give it a good kicking. There you go, Alan. That's how you handle mechanical issues. The gate didn't stand a chance. It was an evil shadow gate. Not one of those normal keep people safe kind of gates. That was a put people in danger kind of gate. It had to be killed. I have no mercy for an evil gate. Keeping my eyes out. You guys make sure that y'all keep y'all's eyes out in case there's any of those jars of water. Oh my gosh, more cursed gates. This is the most evil gate I've ever encountered. What if I touch it? Oh, wait, no, don't touch it. Don't touch it. That's an evil gate. Oh, such scary noises for such a scary thing. Oh, there's more light. Eh? What? The flashlight? Nice. Somebody left a flashlight on. What a baka. What a baka. Just like you like it. The gate really said no trespassing. Die, gate. Die! What if I touch the gate? Gets closer. Oh, whoa. What if we... Boing. Boing. What if we held hands underneath this cop car?
They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
What, flashbangs? What did you say? Grenade. Grenade. Sumimasen. Grenade. Press R1 to throw a flashbang. Nice. We'll be able to kill anything with these. Nothing stands a chance against my flashbangs. Just wait until I get to use my flashbangs. Hey, pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. I guess the haunted house trope was getting old. They went for the haunted fence. I want to watch, maybe we could watch, what's it, Monster House? Should we watch Monster House, that horribly animated movie where the house is a monster? I've always been interested in that movie. You can watch that and then Igor. Boing, boing. I don't see any thermoses. Y'all see any delicious water? Ow! Stop. I'm gonna make it to the light. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm asleep. Ooh, more flashbangs. Nice. Ooh, it kind of hurt me a little bit. Ooh, flashlight batteries. Nash. Nash, we got some more batteries. No pistol yet. But we did find a blouse. Did one of y'all drop a blouse? Hello? Hello? Is this somebody's blouse? Any shadow monsters lose some of your clothes? I certainly hope not. Oh, hi, boys. Kaboom! Oh, this guy's too strong. This is the sheriff for this here town. Take that, Scooter. Hey, he's dead. Pretty great. I love this weapon. Oh, we can't climb up into the stand. That's the stand that I used to hunt from when I was a boy. Back when I'd go to Grandpappy's property, that's where I would always hunt out of. I thought I could crawl up there and I'd feel good about myself again, but I guess we're not allowed up there. That's too bad. Gonna relive my childhood. Oh, there's a sign right there. Nice. I'm gonna go the wrong way on purpose. Ow. Because I want to see if we got a thermos over here. Ouch. Oh no. I tried to throw a flashbang, but I guess it didn't work. Oh no, we started back here. We started way back here. There you go, big hit. Boom. And boom. Couple hits, bing, bang, boom. Got any tasty thermoses out here? Out of the hills? Drama alert! Drama alert, the thermoses are getting fewer and far between. Don't hit me. Whoa, nice. Big boom. Go, Alan, go. Climb, Alan, climb. You can do this. Everything's depending on you. Go, Alan, go. Break into that cop car. Steal the pistol. Ooh, more flashbangs. Nice. It's a true treasure. Uh-oh. The deputy. I shot the sheriff. Oh, no. Shoot. Boom. And they're gone. No more sheriff. No more deputy. Anybody else want to taste some of these flashbangs? How about you? Flashing light warning. Uh-oh. Is this an old abandoned cave? Ooh, flashbang cave. Looks like somebody's been living here for a while. They got a generator, they got lights, flashbangs. Who's been hiding out in this old cave? Trust no one in the dark. Let's see. Any other important messages? Walk in light. Walk in light. I'll do my best. I'll do my best, but I can't make any promises now. We got flares, we got flashbangs, we're ready to rock. Oh, hello. Kaboom. They work pretty great. I hope that we never get a pistol back so that I get to just use grenades the whole time. Thermos, thermos, thermos. Ah. But I love you the thermost. Oh boy. There's just loads of deputies out here. How many employees does this town have? Holy moly. What's the budget like here in Shady Oaks? Ah, the radio station. We made it. Oh, big guy with a shovel. Digging up all sorts of questionable stories about the town. Hello?
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Another friendly friendo. We're gonna be going to the mines? Oh boy.
What do you mean? It's a trailer park.
Knock knock, are you live?
Trouble in a place like that. I mean, what do you expect? The sheriff should be helping us normal citizens instead of wasting resources on those people. Well,
The Night Owl, the voice of Pat Maine, all night, every night, all night. This poor guy must sleep all day. Sleeps all day, talks all night. Can't relate. Do. Pat, let me in. I have an important message.
The famous writer Alan Wake just walked in, folks. I'm gonna see if I can.
I can't believe that he's all by himself out here. He's a consummate professional. He's his own DJ, his own mixer. He handles everything. Hey, Lupus, welcome home. Welcome home, Lupus. Whoa. Everyone's under arrest.
Cool your jets, Nightingale.
Lupus, you're under arrest.
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
They didn't care about civilians about 10 minutes ago. You got a small raise today. What do? Save money. Save money. Buy delicious food. Get all the DLC for Doom. Boing. Cornbread in the oven. Nice. Cornbread time. I love cornbread. The really, really sweet cornbread is delicious.
Where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine.
It's like sugar cornbread. Mmm. Yum. I haven't made cornbread ever. My mom used to make delicious cornbread. I need to buy some. Hurry, Alan, hurry. Hurry, don't waste any time. Stop jumping, Alan. Alan. There we go. That'll do, Alan. You've done well. Oh, Alan, come on, you can do it. Alan, you can't do it. Give up. Alan, you killed them all. You killed every one of them. Dead by Daylight. Dead by Nightlight. Pick up a flare. We got one right there. Oh my gosh, we've got tools. Pistole. Wait, what? Oh, I had a flare gun. Okay. Boom. Up your charity donations. Indeed. What is 2 times 0? What'd you say? Boy, it's in about 20 minutes. I'm gonna throw honey butter all over it. Honey butter? I've never had honey butter before. Man, if generators were that easy to do in Dead by Daylight, I'd be the best player in the world. Yeah, I'm actually quite bad at doing generators. It's just a button mash thing, but I'm bad at it. It's really funny. Dang it! Now y'all are making me want to play Dead by Daylight. You sorry suckers. You sorry suckers. Stop talking about it. I'm gonna have to buy it. 2 times 0 is 200. Oh yeah, because it's 2 zeros onto a 2. 2 times 0 is 0. Because it's 2 of them. So 2 times 0, 0. And then you take the 2, you put it to the front, that's 200. Apple butter. I haven't had apple butter either. I've only had peanut butter. Peanut butter and almond butter. Almond butter is peanut butter's uglier cousin. And stinkier. We supposed to go up here? Why am I climbing this mountain? Maybe there's a car up here. Get the technical perk from Fing Ming, and then you won't pop gens, and you can learn the timing. Ooh. Timing training. You guys, am I disobeying the game developers right now? Am I just doing this too early? Why can't I go up here? Why am I allowed over here? What am I doing? We get a special item? Whoa! I got a silver for walking up here. Nice. I got a silver for walking up to the old tower. Yahoo! Alright, now we gotta walk all the way back down. Then we gotta reach the train depot. There's some suspicious train track-related activity that's been going on in this station here. Boy-yo-yo-yoing, boy-yo-yo-yoing, boy-yo-yo-yoing. Does take a while to get around. Yee-hoo! Oh, I thought I was dying. I thought I was dying, but it was just birds. Cornbread sounds good. Cornbread and some certain type of bean. What are those beans that go really good with cornbread? My mom always used to take the beans and then would put bacon in them. Bacon, beans, and cornbread. Oh, we died. We died by bird. Pinto. That might have been it. Well, we're not going back up there. I don't give a crap. I don't give half a crap. We're not going up there. Yeah, it might be a pinto bean. Doesn't pinto just mean small? Small bean. I've been described as a small bean before. Not many times, though. Run away.
There was no sensible reason for the power company.
He's talking to himself.
It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
It was almost like...
Pick up the shoddy. Pick up the shoddy. Uh-oh, there's a bunch of boys out there. I don't know how to use a grenade now. Am I out of grenades? Boom. 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 Execute him. Boom. Ha ha. Ow. Azriel. Hey. Thank you so much for the sub. Oi. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. I appreciate it. 9 months, baby. That is literally a child. That's a child. I can't believe it. I didn't even know that we were pregnant. Azriel, thank you so much for the Prime. You could have picked anybody, but you picked me, and I appreciate it. Boy-yo-yo-yoing, boy-yo-yo-yoing. And just in time for Alan Wakemas. Everybody, what is the present that you're going to give away this Alan Wakemas? Oi, look at all that hype in the chat. Thank you, Calico. Calico with that hype. Yes. Luminberry, die. Olivia. Run away.
No sensible reason for the power company to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone
like that. The power company.
The power company was to blame. Why did they shut down the power to this place?
Oh, look, a bunch of tin cans out here. Oh, there's cans. We got to shoot them. Yeah, that's right. Get him. What? That's right. Whoa, watch it there, Buster. You better mind your manners, young man. Otherwise, you're gonna die a painful death. Bam, bam. And bam, right in your dumb face. Oh, we'll see you in a bit. Calico. Pick up that phone. You pick up that phone right now. What do you think that the power companies got out for us, hmm? Why do they got it out for us? Got a light right there. Oh, these can just be turned on. Pick up flashbang revolver. Nice. You got 2 revolvers. Oh, that's how you switch. Okay. Get some treasure from inside here. Very nice. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought that there were people that showed up. They don't want me to take that shotgun. Hey. Like that. We got light. We got light, boys. Oh, the light ain't working. What the heck? Stay back. 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 Otherwise, I'm gonna blast you. Oh, they're kind of stuck on this vehicle. Very nice. Boom, boom, boom. 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 You sorry suckers. Silly Dale. Dale's stuck over there. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Sorry, Cletus. Sorry, Cletus. This is the end of the road there, big fella. Rest in peace. Too bad we don't get any treasure for killing those sorry suckers. It's if both are on. Oh, I see. Because they kind of got some overlap, I guess. Let's see. We've seen something in these junkers before. Let's go check over here. Oh boy. I can hear the sounds. The coffee thermos is near. I could tell. Ah! Run, run! Blue Jay! How are you doing? What's up, Blue Jay? Boyoyoyoing, boyoyoyoing. You gotta go? Well, we'll see you later, Fluffy Giraffe. It was nice hanging out with you, friendo. As usual. Enjoy your evening. Boyoyoyoing. Ooh, yeah, got a call from my mom.
Hello?
Hello, Mom.
Most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan, I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
Alan, I'm so afraid.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
What?
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
She had called me. I think that she's
I could see a railway bridge up ahead.
I think that we're the one that's keeping her there.
I hoped I could find a car from there.
We're in a dream right now, and we're the ones that are keeping Alice in that room in the dark. We're keeping her in the dark about how we really feel, because we haven't said that we love her in like 10 days. It's been like 10 days since we said, honey, hello, I love you. That's why she's in the dark. It's a metaphor. It's a really deep game. Oh my gosh, that barrel almost killed me. Get out of the way with the cheap jump scares. Boing. What? Not boing. Not boing. Dead.
Of some sort on the opposite
shore.
I hoped I could find a car.
Ah, metaphors. That's what it is. Oh wait, we missed this. It says follow. Okay, good. Well, now we have more information. I'm glad I died, to be honest. You know what this game's making me think that we could play? You know it's another game that has a bunch of story in it? Burr, 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 burr. Wah, 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 wah. Nathan Drake in Uncharted. Burr, 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 burr. We gotta go this way. Burr, burr, burr. There's a bunch of stories and talking and shooting. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh, are we dying? Are we dying? What's happening? Whoa, 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 whoa. The ghost pipe. What do I do? Oh, the pipes are flying at me. Oh no. Oh no. The evil furniture. I'm about to end this furniture's whole career. Stop. Stop vibrating. No.
Some sort on the opposite shore.
I just got killed by a bunch of flying pipes. Flying pipes and pieces of grating. You've played it, right? No, I have not played any of the Nathan Drake games. Any of the Uncharted games. Oh no. Can I do that again? Let's see if I can climb the air again. No, 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 no. Back down. These glitches are always once in a lifetime, man. Always once in a lifetime. Can never replicate them. It's a shame. Okay, well, now we know we got to take out like all those pipes because they beat us up real bad. This place sure falls apart, doesn't it? I've probably heard it falls apart.
Was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Yeah, so as soon as things start breaking off and shaking off, the game's only T? Yep, it is only T. It's a shoo-in for an Earl of Suds game. There we go. We zap that pipe. Ow! We have to kill the darkness. Oh, this looks way more dangerous. It's flying. It's all this ghost material. Still a flare out. That'll help. Now let me free. Oh, there goes the wheelbarrow. An evil wheelbarrow. Beware. Beware. Not the barrow. Stop right there. Don't you dare attack me, you stupid barrel. I need my paper. I can't stop writing. I have to save Alice.
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Yeah, this is super not fun. Not like a Stephen King novel. Those would be fun to live inside of. If I was in a Stephen King novel, I'd be having a jolly good time. But you know what? This is no novel. This is no story. This is real life. And this is scary. Tell me about your childhood, Alan. I used to read horror books every day. Oh! They're very self-aware. This is pretty much a throwaway plot for Stephen King. Oh, I see. They have mentioned him twice. So... I mean, they ain't hiding, that's for sure. Let's see, what gun do I have right now? Let's use a rifle, I guess. Rifle for the big boy. Oh, wait, no, that's a shotty. Oh, crap. Oh, dear. Boom. The flare. This guy's still stunned. I got that guy. Yeah, we can get back to shotgun. I mean, pistol. Is that? Bam, bam, bam. Load up my spin gun. Blast them away. That's right. That's right. We're blasting them. Boy-yoing, boy-yoing. Oh. Very spooky. Very spooky. The old big guy right here, little guy pops up from behind something trope. One sin. Oh boy. Oh boy. Hang on. Hang on. I'm gonna have to I'm gonna have to kill you now. Stop that. Oh, dang it. Come on. This combat's frustrating. Maybe shotgun time. Shotgun time. You wanna taste fear? You wanna know what true pain is like? Let me go. Let me free. Oh, hard to dodge these guys. Boom. Boom. Uh-oh. Bam. Let loose. Yeah, Alan. Good job. Good job, Alan. All right, Alan. Now be careful now. It says, in light, you can hurt them. It really seems like in light, they just don't exist, right? Ooh. A purple bucket. Revolver ammo. Got some batteries. Oh. The whole mission that we're trying to do right now is find a vehicle. More manuscript. I feel like we've missed quite a bit. Ooh. Oh, and some of them you can only get on nightmare mode. Okay. Huh? There's a thermos? Oh, no thermos? Yeah. We just gotta keep our eyes peeled. Ouch! Hurt my little legs. Yeah, keep your eyes peeled for the thermos. Broom, broom! Oh, is it driving by itself? Oh, well, no worries. It looks like we still might have to stun it. The vehicle. It's got a mind of its own. I wish we could sucker it into driving over its friends. Oh, yeah, we can. Nice. Boom. Hey there, friend. How about a flare? It's not stunning it anymore. I do not know if you can kill this thing. Oh, it looks like you can. Just takes loads of time. There we go. We blew it up. Boom. Boom. Sorry, buddy. All right. What do we got? Treasure. Delicious treasure. There was another one over here. Yeah, the combat's a little bit more fun, Alchemic. Now it is. Now that they've introduced the flare and stuff. And the shotgun's fun. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, bow, bow. Got a little bit of treasure in our emergency box. Batteries, revolver, okay. Ready to go. Ready to... Come on, Alan. Ready to go. No flashbangs? I've got one more flashbang. Flashbangs are the crap. My favorite. I do not like how Alan handles the shotgun with one hand, though. It scares me. Alan, I don't like this laissez-faire attitude with this shotgun you have here. Find a vehicle. Here's one right here.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise.
Oh, I should have checked for a thermos.
To get to the coal mine.
Should have checked for thermoses. There could have been a thermos anywhere. Skirt.
Wait a second. The coal mines were just down the road.
Ooh. Maybe.
Today, I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
So we didn't finish a chapter. Maybe we should finish the next chapter. Maybe we'll finish this third chapter I think we're in right now. Yeah, we're gonna call it after this chapter. Let's wait till the end.
Believed that the story in the manuscript was coming true.
Let's make it
The current
through.
of its narrative had taken me deeper
Vroom,
and
vroom,
deeper
vroom.
into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry
Yeah.
was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the dark presence was trying to destroy
What a
me.
mess.
It all felt real. But
The FBI's gone crazy. That's the halfway point. Perfect. I'm sorry, lad. I think the game developers know a little something about handling shotguns. A game has never misportrayed a shotgun before. That reminds me of, have you ever seen those sound edits for silencers on YouTube before? Where they re-edit the scene to show you how loud silenced pistols really are? But yes, it's just a style. It's just a stylized choice. It's just for style. It's how movies and games go. No need to get too salty. Yeah, silenced pistols are still quite loud. Quite loud indeed. They don't go pew pew.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to
Pat's still on. Holy moly. Pat doesn't sleep. Also, we can steal vehicles. Grand Theft Auto, Alan Wake Edition. Yeah, it looked like we had a jump to make or something. Maybe not that one. I thought that we could do it. Whee! Goodness, these cars are a mess. How do we enter the coal mine? And where do we find our canary? About as quiet as a child when you tell them to be quiet. That sounds about right. I said, be quiet. Okay.
Okay. Now I'm whispering. Is this quiet enough?
Yes, I guess that's good enough.
We're so sneaky.
Silencers turn pistols into a hoarse whisper. Bam! Hill, it says. Go, go, go. Car damage. I know. It's smoking. Smokin' Oaken. Alan Wake is next on the Disney Channel. Hi, my name's Earl, and you're watching the Disney Channel. Hi, there's a new car here. And we're gonna steal it. But first, we're gonna go up. Up, up, up. Wait a second. We've been over here before. Wait a minute. Or up the exact same mesh. It's new, but old. Old but new.
Back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune.
No treasure.
Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special
Whee. Don't talk about soulmates right now. My Alice is lost. Who shot a silenced weapon here? Not me. I haven't even heard one shot before. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, I've heard a recording of it, but I've never heard it IRL. Wonder if there's a handbrake in this thing. Oh, nope. That's definitely not the handbrake. That's the escape the vehicle button. Ooh, I think that this is... This looks like a coal mine, right? Looks very coal miney to me. I've been a miner before. I should know. I'm stuck. Y'all all just sound so knowledgeable. I was curious. I've shot and heard shot miniguns. But that's about as far as it goes. I have not shot a silenced weapon before. Let's go. I don't think that silencers are like... Silencers are quite expensive, and they're not very useful either. They're useful for, like, combat between people, but they're not very useful for hunting, so... They're a pretty expensive toy to have around for no reason. Whee! Brightfall coal mines. Well, well, well. We get ourselves some coal mines over
I was
here.
supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
It's literally a museum. The only thing I've ever shot is a bow and arrow. It was quite quiet already. To put a silencer on it would be excessive. I think so. But you could make it so that the wind doesn't go whoosh. Your dad has some. You have yet to care enough to go to a shooting range with him. Oh! Cutscene.
I didn't want to go outside.
Everybody take a drink every time that Alan says...
Cops had to be looking for me.
Darkness.
The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Take a drink every time he says,
The world made me angry.
Oh, the kidnapper? Hello?
Wait, where the hell are you?
Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is? It's a big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around by
want
you.
to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I just want to see my wife. I didn't say alive.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
I just want my wife. I didn't say anything else. Hey, look at this. Look at these swinging chains. They really do feel kind of weighty. Look at them. Ooh. Yeah, they've got a good weight to them. Good physics engine. Look at them.
Maybe closer than ever before.
Doors. I locked the door on myself. Fool. I've been a fool. So, anyway, trapped inside of a coal mine with just a flashlight. Are we supposed to climb these chains? No, we can't climb. Can't climb. We're Alan Wake. Open the door. Oh, wait, no, I can't use my shotgun for a joke. I'll use my pistol. It didn't work. I tried to shoot the locks, but they were too powerful. Alan can't climb. He's a non-climber. It's genetic. He comes from a non-climbing family. I'm not gonna have any of my children climb. We're a non-climbing thermos family. Coffee thermos specifically. I didn't even pay attention to that. I didn't have any coffee today. Maybe that's why I've been so mad, irritable, and mean to everybody that I've run into. Aha! Aha! My legs. Broken. Broken legs and a big gear. More manuscript pages? We're still writing. We're writing on the run. He really don't stop. He's a true professional. You thought I was being nicer than usual? I suppose so. Ah! You stink. Please stop. Please stop it with this chicanery. Oh, dude. I'm roasted. I'm roasty toasted. This combat stinks. Very stinky. Makes me want to play Dark Souls. Ooh. I can't escape. There's no escape. Come on, blast him. Blast him, Allie. Come on, Alvin. Get those chipmunks out of here. Go, Alvin, go. Oh, that's right. You boys. You boys are gonna suffer for what you've done to my boy Alan right here. Gonna have to give you the old all these noobs got, oh dear. the ghost wagon. Not the cursed ghost wagon. This crap is ridiculous. This crap is ridiculous. Not like hard to do, just really silly. It's like floating, shaking objects is so goofy. To kill them all again. At least I know I can't get away. Oh, look at that. Ooh. Oh, kind of stunned him. Yeah, these guys just beam you. What am I supposed to, like, back up and lure them? Am I supposed to dodge every time that they throw something at me? Silly. Ah, dang, I forgot to put in a new battery. Stop. Die. Stop. I can't back up. You're too fast. You're going to have to die now. Detective Meow Meow. How are you doing? Could you die? Thank you. Thank you for dying. Thank you for smoking. Whoa, be kind. Rewind. I gotta waste all my batteries? Waste all my batteries on inanimate objects? Got 'em. Just stop existing right before things hit you. Easy. Stop existing. I never thought of that. Skibbity wop bop ba. Skibbity wop bop 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 up bop 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 bop. Oh no. Scary man, do scary walk. Kill them. Kill them all. He's got a tam. Oh wait, no, that's actually a beanie. What's scarier? Being chased by a man in a tam or a man in a beanie? Which one do you have more likelihood of escaping? A man with tam is quick and has a golf club. A man with a beanie probably has a knife. Oh, what's happening? Ooh, I climb. So you can climb after all, Alan. Well, well, well. Open. It doesn't seem very safe in there. I don't know if I went into this circus cart. Look at them. They can't break through this wood. It's impossible. Well, I've already awoken the objects. What's the point of going in there? I'm just gonna die. Oh wait, we could use a flashbang, I bet. It's probably a good idea. That's a big idea. Oops. That's not a flashbang. Did that work? What just happened? What's going on in there? Looks like I dropped a flare again on accident. But it worked. I'd rather throw a flare than a flashbang. A bang bang way better for baddie battles. Not for silly old shaken objects.
What the hell? Is that a tree? Oh my gosh, I've never seen one up close before.
Uh-oh. We're not in Kansas anymore. We're in Washington, from what I've heard.
The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
I had to find a way to avoid dying by electrocution. I had to swim across the ocean, but I had to find a way to avoid drowning. I had to live, but I had to find a way to avoid dying.
Sure, this game is set, Blue Jay. Everybody die now. All right. Everyone did die. All right. And that was an achievement too.
I had to avoid dying by not dying. I thought about living and that kept me from dying.
Washington, D.C. or Washington State? Probably State. D.C.'s for scrubs. Pick that up. All right, there we go. And we're gonna Turn on that power. Oh, wait. Oh, we were turning it off. Ooh, wait. Uh-oh. You turned the power off. I just realized there might be more enemies. But without light, there's more dark. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Oh, is that thing living in? I'm watching you, Wazowski. I'm watching you, Wazowski. Oh, boy. Beware. The scariest thing in the world. A small train car. Can I just run? Yeah. Yeah, I can just run. Physics objects, I'm not even scared. Boom! Ooh, big guy. You're a big guy. Ooh, got crushed by your friend. Oh, wrong gun. Wrong gun, but it worked pretty good. Bam, bam, bam. Big guy. Hey, you dead now. You're dead now, Buster. Just let me unload this clip. Bam, 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 bam. You're dead. Got him. Reach Mirror Peak Lookout. Okay. Go! Got smacked. Alan, don't die. Don't die. No. Alright, we're just gonna ignore them. We're going to ignore all those loud objects. I have a phobia of objects that can move on their own. So, anybody left their thermos up here? I'm super thirsty. I'm so thirsty for blood. Blood. Wow, this is an endless battery. Oh, big ham. Hey, little ham got me. Moving objects of phobia. Yeah, that's what it's called. Probably be translation of phobia. I'm scared to translate anything. Ooh, maybe we go big shotty on the lad. Ooh, we could always flare up. Starting to feel my phantasmophobia flaring up. Yeah, watch this. I'm just gonna go bop. There you go. Now you're not allowed in. Now it's just me and your buddy. Oh, how'd you make it through? Stop that. Bet you didn't expect a little fella like me to have such a big light. And that's why you never ask Alan Wake for a light. Bam. Bam. No smoking. Some treasure. No thermos. No thermos. Cold-hearted Alan Wake devs. They're not giving me any more rewards. They're only giving me punishment. Punishment? It's alright. Pain keeps me going. Load up the pistole. Prepare for anything. Knock, knock. Hello? Oh, I hear somebody walking. Somebody's walking up top. Hello? Get down here, you frick. I'm gonna blow you up. Stop hiding in the shadows. Yeah, cowards. Wow! Big explosion. Finally, we've got the red barrels. Housekeeping. Boom, 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 boom. Housekeeping. Hello? Who's at the door? Boom, 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 boom. We're gonna keep the house. House creeping. Pain keeps me going too. That's why I always come back to this chat. Aww. Die. Too wholesome. Too wholesome. It's Halloween. We're supposed to be spooky, scary skeletons together. Not wholesome cutie cat boys. Ay, ay, ay. Wait, what is this? Manuscript. Nothing better than writing an old jalopy.
Cars that are old don't drive very well.
Oh no. Deforestation. That's the scariest thing in this game. Who cares about the monsters? I'm worried about all these beautiful trees. Open up. Shut it down. Uh-oh, power's out. The power's out in the heart of a man. Take it from your heart. Put it in your
There was
hand.
no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
Dude, flashbangs at thebomb.com. Did thebomb.com stop your complaining, Alan? Also, I think I hear... What was that? Huh? Oh, it's a goop. Here, I thought it was because we were the only ones that you hadn't alienated. Oh, wow! Dive. Have you been alienating your friends and family again? We've talked about this. You are not an alien. You are totes normal. Get back. You rascal. You absolute rascal. Frick. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm too young to die. Oh. Oh. Kill them. Kill every one of them, Alan. Don't let them live. Don't let them live. Ooh. Got him. Got him. Got him. Got him. Yeah. Giddy up. Giddy up, cowboy. Oh, shoot. Hey. Watch with that stick. Hit me with that stick and I swear. I'll kill you and your friends. Hey, get over here. Yeah. Splendid. Oh, gotta reload. Never forget to reload. Hello? Hello? Alice? Alice? Hello? Mommy? Daddy? Mommy? Daddy? Where did you go? Note.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
Thermos. Thermos. One tiny little thermos. I found it! Aha! The thermos will not escape us. I'll never forget about it. I can only think of one thing. Thermos. Death does not matter. Life does not matter. There is only thermos. Oh. Oh no. You can do it, Alan. Get up there. Come on, Allegra. I believe in you. Nice one. Alex Jones, what have you done? That reminds you that you need to check on your rent payment? Oh, yes. Funny enough, yeah, Garrett actually handles the rent payments in this place. I did them in the other one because it was essentially my apartment and he was just living there. But the how the table turns how the turntables well, Garrett pays the rent now and I just pay him half. But I think that I end up with the bum deal because I think that I pay for the AC and it's been obscenely expensive recently. I need to talk to him about that. So why was there that arrow? Checkpoint, nice. Thermos, we got it. We got it. We're not gonna. Why was there an arrow that was pointing the wrong direction? Did you see that arrow that said go this way? Look at it, says left. Wants us to go in here. You clipped it. You clipped me getting that thermos? Okay. Jolly good. Jolly good. Who knows when we'll wanna re-see that clip? Any day now. Any day now. You fwicks. Get the fwick out of here. I will kill all of y'all. That is not what I thought I was using. I thought that I had a pistol. That was far too aggressive, Alan. It's an unnecessary roughness. We gotta use like 2 batteries on every enemy. It's so stupid. Why didn't they just make it so that you can pick up less batteries, but they last longer? All right, and new battery. Are y'all seeing how many times I'm switching batteries? Just make less of them. Make them last longer and give me less. Don't make me change batteries constantly. I have to reload, change batteries. Come on. Ow, my legs. I've also got some really nice shoes. I noticed that earlier. I don't know if my boy's out here with these nice sharp boots. Look at these fancy boots. He's running out in the dirt in these nice boots. Whatever. I guess I have the Texan perspective on boots. You take better care of your boots than you take care of your family.
I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Oh, spool. Big spool. You know, we got a couple of these big old spools just like this in real life. And we would turn them on their side. And then we would run down the hill like a clown. You know, like the big spool, it just rolls forward and you're like walking with your feet and you're going down and you just go like down the hill as fast as possible without falling off. And the spools were light enough that if you made a mistake and it rolled you over, it was all right. They weren't that heavy. Also, there's a new shotty here. New shotty. Did I switch? It says, let's see. Hold. There you go, Algren. Algren's got a super shotty now. We got a super shotty and a nice light bulb. Pretty sweet. Not gonna lie. It sounds pretty fun. It was fun. We would do contests of who can go the furthest. Though admittedly, eventually our dumb younger siblings rolled them into the pond. Dumb. Oh, this shotgun seems to suck. Look at that. Can't even kill a munchkin. And we don't have any more pistole. Shotgun, really? Looks like I've been a little bit wasteful. Looks like I've been a wasteful walrus. Look at them. Do they just keep spawning? Forget this, dude. I'm out of here. Heck no, buddy. Heck no. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. I'm a god. Oh, dang it. I was going to turn on that light. I was trying to turn on the light, boys. Come on now. Come on now. No reason for you to be acting so nasty. You don't need to ask something nasty. Mr. Alan Wake over here is trying to be friendly. Drama alert. We just got murdered.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper.
Yeah, I don't have a plan either. Don't worry about Alan.
If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Oh my gosh, Alan, you're so violent. Alan's actually a bad guy. Alan, he's violent. Oh, he's in a bush. The bush hiding enemy. Didn't know that there were any bush babies in this game. Hey, let me turn that on there. There we go. Oh, come on. I just wanted to turn it on and see what happens. I just want to see what happens. You're not letting me experiment. I want to experiment. Am I right? Am I right? I'm a millennial living in America. I should be able to experiment if I want to.
I had no real plan. I was going to give
There's no real plan, but I thought that I might just repeat the same line 10,000 times because this part is way too hard.
Make him talk.
Good plan, Alan. Plan, Alan. I'm glad to hear everything that you say always. Come on. Come on, bush baby. Come on, where are you? Oh, come on. You came from a different spot? I'm gonna send you back to where the sun don't shine. Boom, 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 boom. Energized, it says. That's a new trophy. How many trophies are in this game? Thermos. Thermos, we're so close. We're so close to the thermos. Zoinks. Damn good cup of coffee. Trophy earned right there. That's a silver. That's 2 silvers in one evening, you guys. We're really blowing through this game. Let me out! Oh, he broke my legs. Is this game really about finding coffee thermoses? No. That's just the collectible. There's like 100 of them. What did we just do? What is all this? What am I looking at here? In progress? Everything's in progress if you think about it. Where's the... I don't understand PS5 yet because I don't know where you can look at the achievements for the game that you're playing. They don't make it easy. What do I click on? Okay. We've got 18% of them. Found 25 coffee thermoses. Every manuscript in normal. Oh my goodness, this is a bronze. That's 1.2%. You've discovered all of the hidden chests. Wow, that does sound like a bronze, doesn't it? Sounds like your old run-of-the-mill bronze.
Give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd
trying to 100% it? No. I don't think we're ever gonna 100% this. But it's something that I enjoy, Calico. I always enjoy looking at the achievements. Even if I don't finish them all, it is nice to sometimes they'll just push you to do like a little extra challenge or something. Well, they'll make you care about the game just a little bit more if you check them sometimes. I don't know. I'm like a raccoon. I'm like shiny achievement. What's achievement? Tell me I did something right, game. Also, hi Ahsoka, what's up? Oi! Welcome to the game. We're playing this spooky game. This spooky, scary game. Trophy Goblin, absolutely. It's fun to find obscure achievements by being stupid. Yeah, surprise achievements are always fun. I also, if I get really close to getting 100%, then I normally go for it. Goes through walls, nice. If I get to like, there's like 10 achievements left, then I'm like, all right, time to get serious. I'm gonna set this up as being flares like all the time, just in case, because I don't want to use my. Oh, there's 2 of them. Oh, there's 3 of them. Holy moly! Why'd you bring so many friends? Boom, boom, boom! Executed on the ground. Blasted him. We blasted him. He didn't stand a chance. Now it's time to get the heck out of here so that we don't have to do it again. Don't have to do it again. Click. Oh, here comes the enemies. Oh boy, here they come. Here they come. Back up, boys. Oh, and then we got a little a boom, boom, boom. Double shot. Double shot. One shot. All right. Alan's killing this whole small town, except for this is all a dream. Remember, Alchemic? It was all a dream. I was ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Boom. Now that's a boom, baby. Oh, it's the thunder and lightning. That's a never. See, these achievements are easy. These achievements are making me smile very widely. Very big smiles. Was that a checkpoint, though? I kind of want to... Let's go over to this light and get a checkpoint. I guess? Nah, let's go over here. Let's check for Thermos. Thermos. Oh, yeah, it's raining over here, too, Calico. Is it raining in there? It's raining out here, too. As Pooh Bear would say. Die. Die dead, put this chrome up to your head. Die dead, put this 9 up to your... construction helmet. All right. Where's my thermos? 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 I worked so hard. I worked so hard. Where's my reward? Where's my reward? Where's my reward? No thermos. No thermos at all. Move towards the light. Towards the light. Let's get out of here. If there's no coffee, I'm not in. Running up the hill. Running up the hill. Swallow the pill. Ooh, checkpoint. Oh. Focus on that tree. Bye-bye, trees. Nice to know you.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
Do you think Alice is dead here? Or do you think Alice is dead here? Do you think that maybe Alice is dead here? Maybe Alice died right here and they buried and put the cross there. Or maybe Alice died here and they buried her there. Maybe Alice died over here. Maybe Alice died over here or there. Looks like she could have died in a few other places over to the right side. Alice could be dead over here. What? Why would she be dead? Because these are gravestones. These are what you do to mark graves for dead people. I'm just gonna kill this guy's friend. You wouldn't mind, would you? Hey, take it easy now. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe that was a little aggressive, given the circumstances. Hey, buddy. Try to kill me. I dare you. See what happens. See what... You've been played. You've been played. Actually, I was kind of played. I meant to shoot you, but I kind of made a mistake there. You're going to alert because you require basic hygiene tasks? Are you going to bathe? Such as bathing, and today there is no work to tell me how long to be in the bath. You bathe as long as you want, Olivia. That's your American right. I, for one, have been in the bath/shower for at least an hour and a half today. You didn't attack me. Baka mitai. Oh, hey, get out of here. Yeah, he's pretty tricky. Maybe I gotta go back. Spooky. Here he comes. Oh, that was good enough. I ate the pizza after the shower. Kill him. That's the American dream. Unlimited bath time. I can bathe forever. That's when you know you made it. when you can take as long a bath as you want. Click. The light's on. Hello. Everyone knows you only eat pizza after a good bath. Indeed. Indeed. Preach. Got any more surprises?
A ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Ghost town for a whole decade? What is that? These objects. They're haunted. Beware the car. Wait, where'd the car go? Did it die? Yeah, I'm gonna assume it died. I feel like you either have to eat pizza right after a bath or like 3 days into not bathing. Oh no. JT, no bath? Uh-oh, stinky. You're just glad that the large objects don't one-shot me? Yeah, that's got to be saved for the last difficulty, right? The final difficulty, I'm guessing that they can one-shot you with rando items. Thankfully, we're playing on normie mode. God bless the normie mode. My mode, sweet mode. Why are there like fresh batteries in these places? I don't know. Well, let's be honest. Alchemic normies don't play this game. It's just normal for Alan Wake players. Kaboom! Oh no, the haunted fridge! The case of the haunted fridge. Oh, and it's on. All right. It says they're here. Another achievement. I'm telling you, they're too easy. Earl, I bought new shoes today. What? You've got new drip? Splat. What kind of shoes did you get? What kind of sweet freaking shoes did you get, Splat? That's awesome. A new pair of shoes feels good, man. I've been thinking about getting some new shoes myself. Some new sneaks. Mine are busted. They have been for a long time, too. Boom. We win. We win. We win. Now kick this barrel. Oof. I love the way he jumps. It just looks so goofy. There's just no reason to jump like this. Unless I guess you're jumping rope. A jumping rope, you don't raise your hands like that. Because you don't need that much. You bought some boots to go with your Mario costume because you had no brown shoes? What kind of boots? Got some booties? Mario got booties. Boy on. Mario does kind of have work shoes, I guess. Work boots, kind of. I admittedly am not getting any special shoes for our Halloween costumes, okay? I regret to inform you, I will not be bothering with the shoes and maybe sometimes not even the pants, okay? I mean, like, I'll be wearing pants. I'm just saying they won't be, like, specifically for the outfit or anything. I will be wearing pants at all times. Like that. Have you ever killed a flying train by just tossing flares out? And that's another trophy, you guys. Iron Horse. That's what they used to call trains in the Old West. Pick up those keys. These pants were made for walking. And that's just what they'll do. You're half tempted to get some knee-high boots for cosplay, but they would not fit your legs right. Yeah, my legs are too my legs are too thick. Some Skechers because your other shoes crapped out on you. And you needed some for Worm. Oh, is Worm your friend? Yeah, Skechers are nice. There's lots of nice shoes. Oh.
Anything outside of riding is a struggle. I feel ill.
I still think I'm the murderer. Hunting rifle. We can switch our shoddy for the hunting rifle.
It's very hard to focus, but I managed to read
I kind of like the shoddy.
and a good one. He writes of muses and creators summoning fabulous things from a magic
It's
lake,
quite nice.
using his powers to shape the world of a realm of gods and
World, realm, gods, whatever, Alan. Be quiet. Oh, what is that? Tree? There are so many trees that are falling down in this forest. Telling you, the real enemy is woodsman's. The real horror of this story is all the lost trees. The deforestation of the Washington state. This is all what this entire game's about, you guys. Oh my. The big coal mine. Let's see, got some little splotches. Are these like supposed to be blood?
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
Spelling errors. Don't be so judgmental, Alan. Your wife is about to be killed. Your wife is about to be brutally killed, and you're like, spelling errors.
This guy needs an editor. Maybe I can get a job editing his texts.
Birds.
Birds. Not birds. Do not like them. What's this game about? It's like light, darkness, story kind of thing. We're like a writer that fell down a hill. We're like a writer, and we're trying to figure out the mystery of why everybody in this town's going crazy. I've never played this game before, but I can pretty much guarantee you all of this is a dream. Something else is going on. This is the incorrect way, which is where I want to go. Hey, another treasure chest. You can see why that... What? I just earned it. What was that? You've discovered 5 of the hidden chests. Oh, only 5 of them. 5 of them. Not all of them. I thought that I'd gotten every one. Fine. Reload that weapon, young man. It's kind of Lovecraftian? Lovecraftian, you say? I've definitely not read all of Lovecraft. Doesn't really stand out to me as a Lovecraftian thing, but I suppose so. Suppose there's got to be something, right? He wrote enough stories. Oh, here they come. Here they come. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I definitely don't know about Stephen King. I haven't read any of those books. Do 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 do. Get out of here. Come on. Blast these birds. What's up, Rage of Wrath? Playing Alan Wake? Nice. Finished the original game ages ago. No spoilers for me, though. Thank you. That's very thoughtful of you. You're a thoughtful gamer. I appreciate that. But yeah, it's been pretty good so far. I'm not really big into story games myself, but this one's all right. It's made me laugh many times, though. This a little bit goofy, but that's okay. A little cheese here or there. Yum, yum. I've been attacked by this wheelbarrow before. I've been attacked by a wheelbarrow. I wouldn't trust it. Down in the unknown. In the unknown. This is supposed to be a coal mine, if I'm not mistaken. Tunnels go to Cauldron Lake. Okay. Pauldron Lake is where they have said like a lot of bad juju went down. Hey, Carly Bell, you got a gifted sub? Nice. Enjoy all of your emotes. And that means that you don't have to watch any ads. Oh yeah. No ads. The most annoying things on all of Twitch. And if you want, if you join our Discord, then you can watch a movie with us every single Sunday. We've been watching spooky movies. And this coming week, I think we're going to be watching Beetlejuice. I remembered it this time. Okay, so this is the intended path. Let's turn around. Beetlejuice, which I have never seen before. We watch it on Sundays at 6 p.m. That's a Central Time, which is what I'm in because I'm in Texas. I'm in the Yeehaw state. I'm your local cowboy. Yeehaw. Michael Keaton is a Jim. Oh yeah, I mean we're gonna watch Birdman next.
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
Ooh, I don't know if we're allowed down here. Is that an invisible wall? Our mental limit. Alice?
Alice?
Alice? What was that?
I'm losing it. I gotta get out of here.
No, we gotta take a dip. Oh, no we don't. Oh no.
I gotta get out of here.
Never mind. Let's take this manuscript and run. You're right, Alan. You're right. Let's go. No dip. Boing, boing. I do gotta say, this is really weird playing this game, since the protagonist's wife is named Alice. My girlfriend's name is Alice. This is making me slightly uncomfortable the entire time, but that's all right. We'll make it through. I'm sure Alice will be fine at the end of the story. Just glad she isn't here right now so that she'd be super confused. Chris Swift, how are you doing? What's up? Phil Swift here. Chris Swift here with Flex Tape. It even works underwater. Hang on. Back to the cave that we were in. This looks like where they used to hang the deserters. By these chains. Hang them up by their underwear, of course, and then make them work double shifts. Of course. Ruh-roh, Racky. Craven. That's alright, I've been craving a cave-in. Oh. One big boy, one hammer. Oh, no, a bunch of boys. Boys for everyone. Everyone, pick your favorite boy. Ah, stop. Woo. Stop. Die. Okay, hang on. Boom. And little guy. Ow. You like the flingy boy? Take them, please. I hate them so much. Whoa. He can charge straight through the light. You're a maniac. You're an animal, dude. Boom. Right in the head. Boom. Got a little bit closer. Got a little bit closer. Boom. There we go. All right. Now we go where they came from. This looks like a slide. Too bad, Alan. You never have fun. Coffee time. Coffee time, you guys. Drink up. Every time that Alan gets a coffee mug, you have to take one shot of vodka. Finally, I can see Kenny in better quality. You have been at 160? 160? That's way too low. You can't see all this detail. If you can't see all the detail, you won't see how I derail this game.
I have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Don't, Splat. I was only joking. It was just a silly joke. It was a funny haha moment. Please don't. Free jokes included with the show? My goodness. Boing. Boing. The tension is building, you guys. Oh. This is more elevator shenanigans. Like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? No. Wee. Now we raise it up again. This is a good puzzle. Yeah, this is a good puzzle. This is a puzzle game. Horror games always have the best puzzles. Look, we get to go on the elevator a bunch of times. This is the third time on it. Do we get to have a fourth, or is this it? Because I don't want to be done with this elevator unless I have to be. Oh, do we have to leave now? But this is my favorite part. Look at that suspicious business. You supposed to make it over there somehow? Looks like you knocked down the ladder, maybe? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Puzzles. Puzzles. Not so puzzling, but certainly interesting. There, look, you can make it go. All right. Up we go. The spammy sound. Spammy sound has been found. I've always wanted to be a DJ. So I try to get my practice anytime that I can. Ooh. Probably wasting your batteries keeping that thing on all the time. Ooh. All right, checkpoint reached. Nice. We might be getting towards the end of this chapter, but who knows? Reach the Mirror Peak Lookout. I saw the birds and I was just like, oh, it's a nice environmental effect. I was like, oh, there's just a little birds. Nice, adds to the ambience. But then I remembered that in this game, birds are enemies. Go, 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 go. Up, 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 up. Hide! Alan, get up there! Alan, you fool! There we go. Take that. I got plenty of flares now. Buddhist Human 1! How are you doing? Human 1! Oi, oi, oi! We're playing Alan Wake. Whoa, spooky game. Spooky game with a vampire Earl. I didn't have any special outfit to wear today, so I just thought that I'd throw on some teeth for fun. I might have a better outfit tomorrow. We'll see. Grab that. Okay. Oh, we can look around. Nice. Am I enjoying it? It's pretty fun. I don't play a lot of games like this, so I'm probably not the best judge. Story games, not really my cup of tea. But I mean, the story seems okay. It's a little cheesy, but I guess people might be scared by this. This hasn't been like remotely spooky for a second, but I mean, I guess some people might be. I don't know. My heart is hardened. I'm dead inside. I can't be scared by games. Boing. Or I don't think so. I mean, maybe we'll play Five Nights at Freddy's later in the month, and we'll see if I can get scared. I've seen too much. Exactly. I've seen too much. Reminds me of all my friends saying, like, you should watch Squid Game, but it's super violent. Look out, it's super violent. And I watched it and I was like, I guess. I guess. There's a fair bit of blood, but not really.
Oh, great. Another cable car.
Uh-oh. This didn't work out last time. You've got 18 days left of spooky month. Oh my goodness. I gotta hurry up. I need a break. I need a break. I wish that it wasn't October. I wish it wasn't October. This is a fun month. This is a fun month where I want to play like different games and get to wear outfits and stuff, but I have definitely been a little bit burnt out. I wish that October was 1 month late. Bloop. Take that. Hot Wheels, take that. Oh, wait. Whoa. Birds, 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 birds. Oh, they're over here. Throw down another one. Ooh, these birds routing. And we probably made it. Whoa. I've been taking little daily breaks as I need them. Ooh, almost fell off. Jump, Alan, jump. Oh, jeez. All right, I guess it was all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan. Alan and I, we decided. Oh, I'm out of my pistol. What is, I've got my shotty still. Let's see. We got a few more shotgun shells. Got 3 shots. A flare gun? I don't really want to use my flare gun. It's so powerful. Seems like a waste. Shit. Shit. I thought it was going to start rolling. I thought it was about to be a chase down the hill. Alan Wake versus the machine. So where's my thermos? Where's my thermos? Oh, look, cans. I feel like that's got to be something, right? Maybe you got to shoot like every stack. But look at how suspicious they are, right? Oh, the box. Wait, is there a thermos? Yeah. Got a little box of goodies. That's good. And oh, it had pistol shots. Nice. I'll try to use my flare gun on a big guy. And I'll try to use the pistol on the little munchkins. Hunting rifle. When our shotgun has so few shots, it might be smart to pick this up. Oh, get out of here, dude. Get out of here. I'm trying to switch guns. Yeah, I should definitely use up all my shotgun if that's what I'm going to do. Boom, boom. Just a couple of shots for these munchkins. For these momotaros. Get out of here. Get out of here with your nonsense. You know I'm going to blast you. All right, switch. You take so long, my boy. You take so long. Oh, wait, did I switch? Yes, I did. Okay, and I got 14 shots and pistol. Click, click. Click, click, boom. Oh, they're behind me. Don't turn your back on the enemy. Whoa. Hey, watch it there. Watch it there, boys. I will shoot your feet. I will shoot your toes and I will make you dance. Stop. Stop touching me. No touchies. No touchies. I'm a famous writer. I cannot see anything. Ow! Suck. There we go. That's what we like to see. A half-dead Alan Wake. I'm limping. I'm limping out of here. Probably should have used a flare. I got 7 of them? Okay. Another box. Nice. Open up. This version has achievements, right? Yeah, thank goodness. I love having achievements at least accessible. Okay, so you said the old version had one for 5 cans. I don't think that I've actually shot 5 cans. I think that I only shot 2 of them so far. Or the triangles. You've watched every single TV show on offer. What? Examined every sign and point of interest. That's a lot. You haven't missed a single radio show. You discovered every thermos. Every manuscript. Hidden treasure chests. You have peeled 15 taken off... What? You have peeled 15 taken off your bumper? Oh, off the bumper of your car. And taken, I guess, is the name of the enemies. Made it through the dam without firing a single bullet. Without getting killed. Cauldron Lake. Oh, you've heartlessly knocked down 5 defenseless can pyramids. I like that as Carney. 5 defenseless pyramids. They didn't have a chance. Why would you do it, Alan? You monster. Yeah, maybe there's 3 more after this. We're only halfway done, right? We'll probably finish the game tomorrow. Yeah, JT, we've actually already been through a vehicle section. It's pretty fun. Oh, I think that this is the end of the chapter. Oh, no, it's not. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Okay. I thought that we would be far too surrounded and they were going to do a cutscene. Okay. Hang on. These guys are munchkins, so I don't feel bad about using the pistol. But this guy, I should not use the pistol on. Boom! 1 shot. That's why I didn't want to waste it. Come here. This is a pretty big guy. All right. Nice. Boyan. This game's about 10 to 12 hours through story mode. Ooh, okay. Good stuff. About 5 hours into it. So let's go this way. These are hidden treasure chests. Not so hidden, just this is always a bonus area. Should have paid more attention to them earlier. Didn't really think about it. Yeah, we're probably a little bit too late to do a lot of the 100%ing, especially manuscripts. I'm probably way behind on manuscripts, but that is something in these games that you often have to just use a guide for if you want to actually get it done. I mean, sure, you could hunt around for them forever, but... Okay. That's the way to go. So, is there a thermos around here? Where's my thermos? It's been too long. Whenever I used to look at Where's Waldo books as a kid, I would, like, use the logic of, oh, Waldo's right here. So that means that Oddlaw's not too close, the Wizard's not too close, the Key's not too close. Like, I would just assume, okay, they're not going to be right next to one another. That's how I feel about these as well. I'm like, okay, well, we just got a thermos, so I don't have to worry about it for now. But now it's been long enough. There's definitely a thermos. A lot of the pages, yeah, you can only get them in hard difficulty anyway. That's true. And you can get all of the normals and hards in a hard mode run. So you'll unlock both of those achievements if you get them all. Just got to remember that there's a thermos out here. I don't think that I can knock down this gate right now. It's got a lock sound. I don't think there's a knob on that. Knobless. Through the basement? Kick in the door. Boom. Oh, look, Tom. Tom. Oh my God. Tom. CN and Tom. So that's Cedric Weisenhower and Todd Lowe. Tom. You talk to me on TV. Oh, is that the name of the... I miss you, Tom. Did you write this? Tom. I curse you, Thomas Zane. Oh. Who's Thomas Zane? I don't remember hearing about a Thomas. A Thomas? So we're in the TomTom basement. Oh, this is where we go. We just got to go up. Yeah, I was thinking we were in the TomTom basement and we'd probably had some treasure in there that I was missing. Oh, is that? Oh, that's an object. I thought it was a manuscript for a second. Boyoyoyoing, boyoyoyoing. Hunting rifle. Nice. More ammunition. This is a pretty good gun. I haven't used it much because I do really enjoy the shotgun, but this, it does pack a wallop. No flashbangs for a little while. It's a crying shame. We're up on the old crazy house. Whoa. All right. Oh, then the shadows come. Okay, fine. That's how you want to play. That's how we'll play. Boom. Big guys gotta go. Oh, kind of stuttered there. Oh, another big guy. Whoa, one boom, boom. And you, sir, get the special shot. Oh, crap. You, sir, get a flare to the face. Oh, those are nice. I didn't know that they had like an area of effect. Nice. Can I go back up there? Absolutely blasted. Let's knock down some more stuff. Yes. Thermos. Thermos. Mmm. Yum, 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 yum. Gimme, gimme. Thank you. Stop showing me the number of thermoses, and I haven't been happy since. Alan. Getting winded there, bud? I've only been running for hours. Bone coffee. Mmm. I'll grind your bones to make my coffee. That's suspicious light. More manuscript. Yeah, it seems like so much of this is just laying around.
I had to get there fast.
So
I dreaded what I would find.
I had to get there fast. I don't see a timer on the screen, buddy. I'm not gonna hurry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Alan. I need real artificial timers.
Hey, I'm here! I'm coming!
Get away! Sorry. Please, lady. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know.
We're not gonna be able to make it in time. Oh! This might be the end. For now, I mean. Bye-bye. Whoa! 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 What is that bit? Holy moly. Annan! Whoa! What are you doing? Thank you for the 10,000 bits. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Annan. Hey! Thank you for the generosity with the 10,000 bits. Hey, I appreciate it. Oi, oi, oi. Big 10,000. Thank you for the hype in the chat. Taiyaki, Mushroom Gal, Calico. Goodness. Anonymous cheerer. Sorry, sucker. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Humongous. It is the end. We got some music. Boom. Some music and a big cheer at the end. Thank you so much. End of episode 3. Hey, and a big cheer to go along with it. Woohoo. Okay, I'm scared. I'm scared that that's going to be DMCA.
Here's our preview to the next episode.
Seriously telling me that writer just took out my deputies?
A thriller I supposedly wrote is coming true. The genre of the story seems to be shifting.
This
It's turning into
is what we're watching tomorrow.
Alice had been kidnapped, but that was a lie.
We don't have his wife. We don't know where she is.
Her purported kidnapper was eaten up by the dark presence before it attacked me.
Then I was knocked to the side. And I was pulled out of the water.
Alan, shh, baby. It was just an idea.
Oh no, 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 no.
Hartman, I fell.
I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period.
What?
Right now, it's very
Another
important
rough
that you
period.
stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now. The shock of your wife's death triggered a mental illness.
See?
You lied.
You're suffering from various symptoms of undifferentiated schizophrenia.
We're just crazy.
It's okay, Alan. Just let
We're just crazy. My wife's dead. My wife's been dead for years. I'm just having a crazy schizophrenic episode. That's all that it ever was. It never meant anything.
I felt groggy.
I knew it. Okay, we're gonna save it right here. And should be able to just quit the menu. Bing, bang, boom. Back 4 Blood has some licensed music, and the devs told streamers, just turn the music off. They didn't even turn on, they don't even have a streamer mode. It's so upsetting. Licensed music. What a bummer. It only is plaguing games now. Ah, yes, we're all crazy here. I believe that the word is mad, yes. No streamer mode. A shame. Even Noita has a streamer mode. Like, come on. Even that buggy mess of a game Cyberpunk at release had a streamer mode that worked really well. Well, anyway, this game's been pretty great so far. I'm enjoying it. We shall probably finish it tomorrow. We already got 24% progress on achievements. That's pretty wild that we've gotten that many. It normally doesn't work like that. You normally finish the game with much less than that. But okay. Let me turn on some music and we can find somebody to rate really quick. Let me turn on this music. I can't believe that Anna just dropped a huge amount of bits right before we left. Destiny! I want to try it. It looks fun. Destiny 2 does look fun and it's free. So I thought that I'd give it a try. I really want to get better at playing FPSs on a controller because I'm really garbage at playing on the mouse. And so I'm going to try Destiny. I'll probably try the new Battlefield if I can. And then what was the other game that I was thinking about playing? I think it was just Battlefield. Battlefield, Destiny, and I might get Back 4 Blood. I'm not sure about that. We'll see. But yeah, I might also grab, you know, I'm kind of curious. Is it on the shop right now? Let me see. Dead by Dude Light. I wonder if it'll go on sale before the end of the season. What do you guys think? You think it's gonna go on sale? I sure wish it would. Nah, it's still, well, I mean, 30 bucks isn't too much. Dead 3. No, I wanted to go. I wanted to be done. $30. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Miles Morales. Ooh. Go back. I was pressing X instead of B. Or circle. Yeah, Miles is a Spider-Man game, right? Is this already out? What is this game? Be greater. Be yourself. I thought that there was a new Spider-Man game that was coming out. I don't know. This doesn't seem like my style of game. Maybe. I don't know. This is just gonna make me want to play Batman. It's just gonna make me want to play Batman. It's not gonna make me happy. Okay. Yeah. So I might get Dead by Daylight. I'm not sure. It seems pretty fun. I haven't gotten to play too much of it, but I enjoyed it a bit. Okay, so let's raid. Who's online right now? My hair's a mess and it's hilarious. It's hilarious and it's a joke that keeps on giving. Maybe we could raid. We raided a Crane couple playing the same game earlier. let's see. Wafers online. Did Opes just start? At 9? I don't remember when Opes normally starts streams. He must have just started. Let me see. Yeah, 16 minutes ago. Okay, that's what I thought. Maybe we could raid. Hey, JM Blinn, what's up? How you doing? Is that Jacob? What's up? Oi. It's good to see you. If that's a Blinn that I happen to know. Also, Golden GG. Hey, thank you for the love. So sweet. That's the newest one? Yeah. So Miles Morales is the newest one, but I mean, it's getting kind of old, right? It came out with the PS5 at the beginning, I think. So I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, maybe we'll raid Wafer. He's playing Animal Crossing. Oh, it's Jono. What's up? Hey, Jono. I've been wondering how I could reach you. I really wanted to like reconnect and say hi. Yeah. I messaged him because I couldn't find any other information. I've asked like over the past year, I've like asked many people to try to get in contact with you because I could not figure out how to talk to you, especially since I lost my Facebook. But yeah, I saw that your brother was on Twitter and I was like, yes, I finally found one. But yeah, I'd love to hang out or something sometime soon. If you want, you can look at me on I've got a Discord. I mean, I can always drop you my phone number somehow. But yeah, I would love to hang out and reconnect. That would be super awesome. I've been thinking about you, my friend. I've been missing you. You do not exist online? Aha. Oh, sweet. Okay, good. A number would be great. I couldn't find you online, so I was like, probably not. Sweet. All right, I'll drop you a line then. Awesome sauce. I'm so glad that I finally got to it. It's something that I've been trying to do for a while. Well, it's good to see you. I'm about to head out though. We're about to jump out. We're gonna jump out and go say hi to my friend Wafer over on his stream. He's gonna be playing some Animal Crossing. Hope you guys enjoyed Alan Wake. It was all right. I enjoyed it. The combat got a lot more interesting whenever we got Granada. I was happy to see all the whenever we got the grenades and the flares and stuff. Then it was starting to get a little bit more fun. And the story is, I think I'm starting to get it. I mean, we're halfway through. How could they possibly keep twisting it? Good to hear from you. Hang in there. Yeah, we'll see you later, my friend. Awesome. So we're gonna play Alan Wake tomorrow, and maybe I'll have a new outfit on. Maybe. I've been thinking of a few things. The outfit that was worn yesterday was actually suggested by Alice. I wasn't actually gonna wear an outfit yesterday, but then randomly Alice came up with like the combination, and I was just like, what the heck, I'll do it. So that's what I'm gonna try to do. And today I just thought, what the heck, I'll put on some fangs. So I don't know, maybe tomorrow maybe we'll have something new, some new exciting outfit or something. But yeah, maybe our raid can be like I don't know, raid messages probably don't matter too much, but we could just say maybe waffles. Wait a second. I was thinking waffles are definitely better than pancakes for sure, but I could say like maybe I could say waffles, my favorite. Waffles, my favorite. That's what I'm gonna say. Favorite, because I do love waffles so much. In fact, I really want to make some waffles. I think that I am just lacking. I can't remember what I'm lacking right now, but I need to go to the store. Regardless, not important. Not the kind of news that you're here for. Okay, waffles, my favorite. Time for waffles. It's always time for waffles. Let's go get some waffles. I'll see you guys later. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thank you for keeping me company. I'm glad that I streamed today. As always, I never regret a time streaming. Never, ever. Thank you guys for all the support and stuff. For the 5 subbies that happened during today. Thank you, Anonymous, for the big biddies at the end. I hope that y'all have a wonderful evening. Let's go say hi to my friend Waffle, and we'll be back to our shenanigans tomorrow. Back to our shenanigans. Waffly, our sweet little waffler, our little waffle iron. All right, or Wafer. He's not even a waffle. I forgot. I thought he was waffle. Oh no. I need some sleep. I need some sleep. I can't tell the difference between a wafer and a waffle. All right, well, whatever. I'll see you guys later. Get some good rest. Have a wonderful night. Have a good day tomorrow. Oi, 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 oi. Make sure that y'all take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Okay, load so that I can say goodnight. Thank you so much, Alchemic, for watching over the chat. Thank you, Dai. Thank you, Jedi. Thank you, Arisa. Thank you, Linz. I appreciate it. All my incredible mods. Alchemic here for the whole time. Thank you for watching over the chat and making things nice and smooth. Hanging out, welcoming people that I'm sometimes too slow to say hi to. Thank you, VIPs, Lemonberry, Black Rabbit, Calico, LVO, Kuri, Lupus, Minnie, Tayaki, the Crane Couple, Hoot is Human One. So many VIPs. Too many VIPs. You guys are all sweet. I love you all. What? Kim was here? Since when? Kim's been lurking in the chat. Oi, Tayaki-san, have a wonderful night. Bye-bye. See you later. The King of Squirrel. Bye-bye. Lemonberry. Alchemic, Golden Gigi. Hoot is Human One. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. See you later, Awkward. Thanks for being here. I'm glad that you enjoy the fangs. I'll see you guys later. I'll put in the raid like a couple more times. Waffles, my favorite. Have fun at my friendo Waffles place. Also, bye-bye, Blue Jay. Okay, let's go, 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 go. Get out of here. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Get out of here. Oh, wait. Thanks for watching the videos. Have a wonderful day.